Yeah, baby. Wonder if all my bad decisions get accounted in the algorithms. No statistician could dissuade me from my bigger vision. I know my occupation's quite an unlikely place in this world to occupy and talk about upon a daily basis. Our information's predetermined by some biased business. We all in sermon to Silicon that push out lovely neighbors. I'm done with paper chasing, think I'm on to bigger banquets. This that full circle, new wave, energy on a Tuesday. Turn a blue day to a bright hue, yellow with a smooth A in hair. Extra fruit the brand, you can't move me. The music is man, it's a con job, but this grand. Been blessed with a great hand amongst many that stank. And yeah, it took some hard work, but blind luck play a huge role. And if they say that it don't, when they feeding you fool's gold. And if I know one thing, the truth's home. Even if it's a tough thing to swallow, an even harder thing to hold and truly know without a doubt while on the globe. And even though that seems inherent, it ain't always so apparent. Dangle carrot, you ain't always gonna get it. But don't worry, it's a pretty February in a year with more to carry and more days is yet to come. Under the sun, taking the ferry to the city where the moment's extra pretty, like the people, like the idea that I keep inside my brain that isn't equal to the real world. All that stress ain't saving me fear though. I swear to God I'm trying, but they pushing their demons down my esophagus, screaming the easy life, what I want always. Praise made up holidays, tell me that love is the answer just to boost this economy. Buy more, sell now, but I ain't following. I ain't a hollow man, I'm full of them fall winds. Take it all with a tall grin, and if you feel it, do it with me. And just sing what the song says. Take it all for what it is. It ain't all so big. So big, so big, so big. Take it all for what it is. What it is, what it is, what it is, what it is. It ain't all so big. It ain't all so big.
Can you hear me? No, ma'am, not at all.
What about now, Black man? You got me? What is he saying? He can hear me now. Okay, good. I'm sorry about that, guys. Thank you so much for giving us a moment to take care of our technical difficulties. So I'm gonna say all that again. So again, it's Monday night. I'm SB. I'm glad to be here. I hope you all had a terrific weekend. Tonight is the night for the dynamic duo. So again, let me have my co-host come on up and say hello.
Security, what's going on, Suge?
Not much. What's going on with you?
Man, it is so good to see you, security boss. Mr. Boss in the background, always holding you down. What's
That's
going
right.
on, Mr. Boss?
Dearly beloved.
There we go. That's it. That's all I need to hear.
So listen, I wanted to say hello to a few people. They could be anywhere, but they decided to hang out with us tonight. And tonight we're talking about being accountable. Ladies, we're talking about being accountable for some cruel actions. And y'all see who's on the thumbnail. That young lady. She did.
It's a mess. A mess.
Guess what? You can't do these things and get away with it. But we got a few things we're gonna do. But before we get started, Black man, there's been some crazy stuff going on over the weekend. But we got to talk about this. We got to just touch on it for a little bit. I don't know if I'm ready to just dive into it, but we got to talk about the 10-foot creature that was seen over there in Las Vegas.
Uh-oh.
In the backyard.
Uh-oh.
You know, the green light out of the sky.
Yeah.
Okay, Black man, tell me. You over there real close to Las Vegas now.
Listen.
What is you thinking about these aliens?
I guess, the chickens are coming home to roost. I don't know. I guess, when you try to hide something for so long, I guess it just popped back up on you. I don't know. For that many people to see it, this is not the first time that we've had this happen. We had the Area 51, and then they said it was a weather balloon. All right. And then the people back then believed it. But now everybody has a camera. You remember the lights in Phoenix?
Mm-hmm.
They were over Phoenix for a couple of hours. Everybody named Mama saw it. That was in the 90s. And now you got it hitting close to home. Something glared out the sky, hit the ground. Everybody heard it. Everybody saw it. And people looked in their backyard and seen creatures running around. I guarantee you the government cleaned that up real good. They either took
Black man, 10 feet. The man is 10 feet tall. Woo! I'm sure he's guesstimating because it probably looks like this big. But when you look out your window, you see something that you don't recognize. It's huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
If I seen him, he be gone. Yeah, if I see him, he be gone. Ain't nothing gonna be in my backyard 10 foot tall coming toward my house. He is gone. I'm gonna light him up.
Yeah. Would you really do that? You would do that?
Absolutely.
I don't know.
I'm gonna light him up.
I think I might be trying to see if he's friendly or not.
Oh no!
I'm one of them kind. I told you I was a black Karen. I told you that. Right there. What you doing in my backyard? I ain't trying you to come here.
He look up at you. Then what?
What would Karen do? What would Karen do?
No.
No, you're right. I don't know, but you know what though? That I'm like, what? It's a big creature, 10 feet tall, and I'm like, is you kidding right now? I'm like, he was high.
The thing is, though, I agree with that. I agree that somebody was high, and then multiple people say they saw it. I'm like,
the policeman said they saw. So you think they all might have been smoking that same stuff?
Maybe have.
Yeah, that could have been possible. Because you know what they say, they got that stuff over there on the West Coast, close by to you. That make you act like zombies. See, ain't none of that over here on the East Coast yet, and ain't none of it down south yet, I don't think. But they got that stuff going on over there, and it just make you just seem different.
That's a kid. Let me ask you a question.
Sure, sir.
What would happen, coming up in the next few years? What would happen if the lock fell off the door and they really admitted that these things exist and they flying everywhere?
I wouldn't be the least little bit surprised. Come on now, where you got good, you got evil, where you got good angels, you got, hey, right. I wouldn't be surprised. Why would you? I wouldn't be surprised, but
I wouldn't either.
Let me say it differently. I would be surprised, but I wouldn't be shocked because I do think that things like this exist. I mean, it's more to this than us, There was things there before us. So why we got to be the ish and that be it, right?
Right. And security boss, I'm going to say this because, I'm going to say this and then we can move on because I don't want to get into it.
Uh-oh.
But.
Wait a minute. What makes you think I'm going to let it go?
You may not.
Okay, go ahead.
But in the great book, there's something in the great book that describes aliens. It's in there.
It alludes to some things that might be going on other than us.
Yep.
Absolutely.
It's something in the Bible. It talks about it. It describes craft. It said fire was coming from it. Men got off it. I mean, look, it's in Ezekiel. If y'all don't believe me, go read it for yourself.
See, that would be the part I would be shocked about, because I'd be like, oh, it's time. Is it time? Then I might start looking up. No. I don't know. But you know what, though? I just think we need to stop being surprised and just get ready. What they say, get ready, get ready, get ready.
Now security about, okay, now see, you weren't gonna let it go, but I'm just gonna, okay, look. Ezekiel chapter 1 verse 4 says, I looked, I saw a windstorm coming out of the north, an immense cloud with flashing lightning and surrounded by brilliant light. The center fire looked like glowing metal, and the fire was like 4 living creatures. In appearance, their form was human, but each of them had 4 faces and 4 wings. Their legs were like straight, their feet were like those of calf and gleamed like burnished bronze. That's Ezekiel chapter 4 verse 1. If anybody want to go read that, it describes the craft and the creatures that got off of it.
That ain't gonna help them to read that. You gotta go pull up that up. What do you call it? The thesaurus or whatever. To figure out what we talking about.
Man, listen here.
Just they go get enough of just reading that. You read it, and what did that do? You gotta go a little further than that.
Man,
gotta go a little. Let's say hello to a few people though before we get into it, because we're gonna talk about some stuff. Because this is due to the fact that there are some things, some lights coming, and some 4-headed monsters, and some things are happening, but we're going to talk about this a little bit. But we're going to say hello first. JG, what's going on with you? How you doing tonight? It's good to have you here. Mr. Gilbert, it's good to talk to you. It's good to see you. And I love your videos and your comments. Corey, oh, Black man, that just reminded me of something I want to talk to you about. Can we take a break real quick?
Yeah.
So, Black man, I was over at the barber shop the other day. And I hate to say this, but somebody over there was hating on me.
Ooh.
I ain't gonna call no names. I'm gonna let you go back and watch it and then pay attention to what they said. Told me I should have dropped my kid off and left anyway.
I didn't hear that. I swear.
Yeah.
Oh.
When you I forgot what I called it. You remember when you started talking about discipline, right?
Yeah.
And you was making a joke about, you said, D this and D this and D that, right? I said, oh Lord, I didn't know I had come into D. Did I say D dynasty? D. I said D. I was. Was that? I was making a joke. I was like, I didn't know I'm in D something. I was just joking, and then somebody up on your panel said, well, women's supposed to drop their kids off and keep it moving anyway. I'm like, I wasn't supposed to be here. Then I had some support though. Some support was in the comment section, because I remember seeing it. They were like, SB, you could be here. And I was like, it does something. I wonder where in the world this is coming from.
Yeah, because that would have been a good conversation for you to be on. That was a good conversation Friday.
I was in there, but I'm just letting y'all talk, just
some of those men looking at marriage like a completely different, like they just it's got bad. It got bad. Yeah.
Well, I thought I mentioned it, but before we go, we're gonna mention one more thing, and then we're gonna get back to it. Y'all, we just catching up. Y'all here with us? Just catch up with us, y'all. We slow down. We'll bring y'all in. But you got into a little situation on Friday. Was it Friday? Was it Thursday?
Yeah. It was Friday, because I had a half a day Friday. Took a half day off Friday. So yeah.
Brother, you was doing so good, but how in the world did you let one's queen knock you off your square?
Man, she caught me wrong. I've been going, I lost my aunt and all that. It just caught me wrong. She caught me wrong on a bad day.
You was doing outstanding. Wait a minute. I gotta give you your props. You was that first session, that first half, you did really, really well. You see, calling you your names and stuff. You was like, okay, and you kept on your point. Said it again. You like, okay, and you kept on your point. But when you got back, I think what happened was this. And you can tell me if I'm wrong or not. I think when you left, you were still listening to some of that craziness that she was saying.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you came back, She said, I don't even know what happened, but all of a sudden my head started spinning and I was like, oh Lord, what just happened?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad it ended because, it's crazy. The people don't, I'm telling you, security boss, I think people are allergic to the truth now. I think the truth really, really hurts people. And I think that we need to start defining what bashing means. Because the thing that they say I was doing by calling out certain things was bashing women. Bashing is not the same thing as accountability. If I see somebody doing something wrong and I call it out, that's not bashing. That's just making, they're just making an observation. Hey, listen, that's wrong. Holding people accountable, like what we're talking about today. This is a great segue into the subject for today.
You did not bash anyone. Now, bashing to me would be calling out somebody's name, picking at their hair and stuff like that. And, just doing that stuff that you shouldn't do. And you didn't do that. What you were speaking to was a situation that is not healthy for the man, for the children or the woman or anybody. It should make for a better situation. So I don't know what they're talking about as far as bashing goes, but we get that sometime, but we're going to have to look over that. But, that's just how it goes. And you know what? In your defense, though, if it would have been this particular location, we would have shut that down a long time ago. I wouldn't have put you back up. Y'all gonna get mad at me, and women typically do. So I don't know if I really care or not. But I wouldn't have put you in the roast session, how you do it, the roast session, put y'all up there beside each other and let hurl. I wouldn't have never done that to you, brother. I would have, hit the mute button, and I would have like, you know what? Go to Fight Club on Friday night.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have done that. But, that's just what people do, I guess. We're here for different reasons. So I'm going to move on. But I just wanted to say that,
Right. And shout out to the people on Friday night. Security boss, I don't know how much barbershop you watch. We do the serious talking at the end. We do some roasting and some laughing, some comedy.
No, I took my children and we left. I'm sorry.
Man, security boss, when I tell you, the people in the chat are talking about it right now. When I tell you we laughed so hard for about 30, 45 minutes straight, it was everybody in the chat. I've never seen Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett fell out of his seat laughing. It was hilarious. So if y'all go back and watch that from Friday, it was funny, that last part.
All right. Well, listen, I'm glad it was good. It was funny. I was making a joke. It was all good though, but I needed to share that with you. I was like, I ain't got no kids, but all right, I see y'all. But anyway, listen.
That background is fire, security boss. All the different angles.
I'm gonna have to we're gonna have to introduce our daytime show, but we busy in my personal professional life, so we haven't had time yet to get to the daytime YouTube live. But it's coming. But anyway, we're gonna say hello to a couple of people.
Right.
Mr. Boss, like, what? We're way past that. No, we're not. We're gonna say hello to our people because they here for us, and we want them to know that we appreciate them. Ain't that right, Mr. Gray? And hitting Jim's up in here saying peace. We already said hello to Corey. Ricky, where you are? You know they lying, Ricky. I see Big Ant in the house, T. Shaw. What?
They liars.
Dr. Nakumba? Kumbe. How to pronounce it, black man?
Dr. Nakumbe.
Nakumbe. Hello, sir. It's good to meet you. Miss Brenda is in the house. Who else is in here? Who? I said hello to Big Ant. Bolo, what's going on? Oh, black man Bolo says, my condolences to you, black man, for your loss.
Thank you so much, Bolo. I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate it.
Clement, what's going on? It's good to see you. I think I saw Cheeky up in there. Cheeky, look, if the elder can't give you no good advice, and you keep on wanting to run behind folks that ain't gonna do you no good, you just keep on doing it. Like I said, I done already gave you the 411 on that situation. You just keep on. Cheeky been going back and forth with me all day because he won't guess who. Because he got a baby by a sugar bum. It ain't my fault. I done told him what to do. It ain't my fault. I told him he need to get his child and run. Guess what he tells me?
Who?
But I love her.
Oh, wait. Who said this thing now?
Cheeky. He been going back and forth with me all day about how he loves Sugar Boom. I'm like,
whoa! I did not know that was a love child.
It was Friday night. That's my love. Look, that's my love. See that?
Wow.
He ain't listening to the elder. You just go ahead and do you.
Oh, she in there. She right behind him. She said, I don't love him.
No, she didn't.
Yes, she did. It's right there in the chat.
Sugar bum. Okay. I'm gonna let y'all just figure that out. I done already said what I had to say. I already said. That's it. I'm done. I'm getting ready to move on to the show now. So, he a deadbeat. I'm not gonna let you talk about him like that, sugar bum. Stop it. Cat student number 1. Hello. Fat boy for life. Hello. She toxic too. Cheeky, daggone it. Salam. Hello, sir. How are you? She toxic and she your baby mama and she don't want you?
Damn.
What we gonna do, black man?
That's tough.
Hey, Bethany. I feel
Bethany, what's going on, girl?
I feel some tears coming on. You know what? Guess what, Cheeky? She your Mary.
Immaculate conception.
She got Jesus.
Oh, she got immaculate conception. We lay here today with this pregnant.
We gotta start taking care of her.
I call her Mary-isha.
No, Moesha. Marisha.
God did it again. Immaculate conception.
This is the only way this thing can happen.
Oh,
all right. Joe, what's going on? Hey,
Joe.
Oh my God. It's this T. Wrigley's. Hello. So listen, guys, let's just get into this because this is a lot. So y'all all have heard about Wait a minute, make sure. Black man, you good? You ready to get into it?
Absolutely. Let's roll.
Okay, I think we got everybody's attention. So we're gonna go ahead and get through. Matthew, Mr. Bentig. Hello, sir. How are you? So we're gonna get right into this. Y'all already heard that Mr. Rudolph has been acquitted for everything. He been free.
Thank you, Jesus.
Whew, y'all. I'm so glad because this was one of the worst things that could ever happen to a young man. He was brought up on y'all what? One count. He was brought up on 1 count of first-degree murder, 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder, y'all. 1 count of first degree and 3 counts of attempted first degree. This all happened back on April 7th, 2021. So this is my thing, y'all. Let me tell y'all a little bit about Mr. Rudolph because he had it going on.
Mm-hmm.
This girl, he met this woman, Miss Dominique. In case y'all didn't know, y'all know Dominique is married.
Yes.
I need to see her husband. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna do this thing in order. Let's go back to Travis. Travis is 27 years old. He was born September 15, 1995. 27 years old, right? In 2017, he played for the New York Giants. 2018, he played for the Miami Dolphins. All NFL. This boy was NFL, the top of the. He's the head of the food chain, y'all. He up there. In 2020 and 2021, he was in Winnipeg Blue Bombers. He played for that in the Canadian football, right? So this man is a football player. He is now an ex-football player, but I hope and pray he can get his stuff together and go back and play again and get his life going back, in that direction. I really hope he did. So somewhere along the line, he met Miss Dominique. I don't know where. I don't know what he was doing, slumming. I have no idea what he was doing. But Dominique was married, y'all. She didn't tell nobody.
Mm-mm.
Wait a minute. Hold on. She didn't tell the important people, but her brother, he had to have known the girl was married.
Right.
So everybody, even though they were not together, she still was married. And y'all know how I respect marriage, right? Even though they were not together. So anyway, on April 7th, 2021, Travis was actually charged for the attempted murder charge and also the actual murder charge. Okay, right. But we got to go back for a little bit because I got to tell you what happened. Apparently, how this all got started was Dominique got mad because of what he actually purchased for her for Valentine's Day. That's how it actually started. That's where he said, that's where they started saying they started going left. His Valentine's gift wasn't up to par,
Mm.
I ain't know what her husband got her now. Now, I don't know what her husband got her, but whatever this young man got her wasn't good enough. So the relationship started to change, right? So I got to show y'all this. We got a video coming because this is where it really got sticky. Let's play this video, Mr. Boss.
Damn.
Say it again, black man. Damn.
Damn.
All right. So y'all look at this. This is something going on. Look how she beating him in the back of the head. Look at him. Look at Dominique.
Successful young man getting his ass popped in the back. I'm telling you. Every time I see this, I've just cringe. But then want to go play the victim and get her brothers.
Look, y'all. Look, she gonna do it again. Look, we gotta play. Look, this beating him.
Just be, man, look at this.
He didn't hit her back. But y'all, he tried to restrain her. That's what I'm telling y'all. Try to restrain. She fell back, but he did not hit her. All right. So anyway, there you go. Now, from that day, she went and called 4 people that were supposedly her brother. There's one that we know is her brother, and that was Tyler Robinson. There was a Keyshawn Jones. That was her brother. Got Tyler Robinson, Chris Lowe, and Sebastian Jean-Jacques, right?
Mm-hmm.
She told them in text message, y'all, go shoot up Rudolph's home. Go shoot up his home. Now, I don't know if it came out in the trial. Y'all know that was a long long trial. But
I watched every day of it. It came out in the trial because the lawyer,
house, though. That was his mama house.
Yep, the lawyer grilled him. Grilled her so bad. Oh, she got her. Ooh, it was wonderful.
He's wrong for that. But anyway, she told these 4 young men to go shoot up the house.
Mm-hmm.
And this is how it all started, y'all. It started with her hitting him in the head. After she did that, she then got upset because he didn't pay her enough attention, I guess. That wasn't enough for her. So
Right.
now she's going to go tell these people to shoot up his house. And then they came and to do just that. Now, the problem came when he actually shot back.
This is what, as he should.
He should, because he was defending himself.
Exactly.
And y'all know how that went, right?
Mm-hmm.
So here we go. Here we are now. A lot of people, they say, are not agreeing with the fact that he got off. Can you believe that?
No, I can believe it.
Okay. Ain't that crazy?
They liars, bro. They liars.
So my thing is this. He was held. This is the bad part about all this. On April 7th, 2021 is when he was charged. He was actually put in jail on that day. They put like a bond on him for like $150,000. Well, at first he was denied. So he stayed in jail for a whole year. A whole year.
Yep, career and everything going down the drain. I'm telling you.
A whole year waiting. And then after that, they finally gave him, they said they denied it at first. They held him in jail without bond. Because they on the stand your ground, his lawyers came and said, hey, this was a stand your ground law. He was supposed to do this, but they denied it. And then finally they came and said, okay, we're going to grant you bond for $150,000 or whatever. He made bond and he got out, which was good. Now, he had his trial. Y'all seen all of this. He was acquitted. Everything is great. The young man, Tyler Robinson, was actually shot and hurt, but Sebastian Jean-Jacques was actually deleted. All right. So this brings me to where we are now. Y'all understand what's going on. Somebody was deleted. Somebody was shot. Now I got to tell y'all about something that we probably don't hear a lot of because it ain't a fun place to be, but there is something, and Black man, you might know about this, but before we get there, you go ahead and tell me what you think about where we are so far. Because right now we're at the part now where it's time for them to start being accountable. Young ladies, start being accountable for the things you do. So go ahead and tell us what you think thus far.
I think that when she hit him at the front door, that was assault. He had every right to defend himself. He chose not to. And when you choose not to, we see what the behavior still is. The second thing is we have a bunch of fools here because we have a woman making a phone call saying, go shoot this man's house up. And you got these fools in the car headed over to a man's house and you don't know what kind of artillery this man has in his home. So you're going to go over and shoot the man's house up and expect at this man's grandmother's house, and you expect him not to defend the house? He should have defended the house. He did what he was supposed to do to defend the house. You hit me, I walked away. You shoot at my grandmother's house and there's innocent people here, I'm going to shoot you back. I'm going to shoot back. As simple as that. And
That was his actual mom's house. They said it was his mom's house.
His mom's house, right?
Yeah.
And so when he shot back, he had every right to do that. Here in Texas, the great state of Texas, one of the things I like is that you can pursue the person for 3 blocks. If they cause harm in your home, you could pursue them for up to 3 blocks and get them out of here. And I think that would have been what I would have done, because you don't know if they're going to come back later. Now you sitting up in the house, right? What if he doesn't shoot? Now I'm nervous. My mama, me. What if they come while we're asleep? Kick the door in. No, you finished the job. And that's what I think about it so far.
Okay, so guess what? Now we're at this place, because I agree with you. I do think that if somebody comes to my house to get me and they got weapons, it's whatever happens.
Oh, absolutely. It's going down.
It's whatever you get. You get what you get. And I have no idea why they would deny him the stand your ground law initially, considering that's what he was doing, but they denied him bond due to that. They said no. But guess what, black man? She'd have done better off calling. She actually put it in writing. She texted. So it was there for somebody else to see. And that's exactly what she did. Go shoot up. They said, go shoot up his house or something. Yeah, go shoot up his home.
Shoot up the home. And the lawyer asked her. Did you, she asked her, did you, I'm just sitting there work like, yes, go ahead. Didn't you send a text saying to shoot this man's house up? No, I didn't say shoot it. No, you can't say that, because I didn't say shoot I didn't mention his name. So how you going to put that? Could have been somebody else. I didn't mention his name. Oh, I'll say, oh yeah, he finna get off. He finna get off. She's ignorant. She's just the dumbest person ever. She's just ignorant.
There was something else with her. I think she was a definite, what they call them, narcissist. She was she was giving the attorney, she was giving her hell just to answer the questions. And she was like, but you know what? She was just too arrogant to have had someone. She called 4 young men, sent them into a firing range, and one of them got hit. And now he's deleted. And the way she was responding, she didn't care.
Yep.
There was no humility there. You know, somebody lost their life.
Yep.
Clement, it was not her brother. It was a friend. Keyshawn Jones is her brother. She's Dominique Jones, and Keyshawn Jones is her actual brother. Tyler Robinson actually wasn't the one either. He got shot. But Sebastian Jones Jack is the one that actually was deleted. They're calling all of these her brothers, but I don't know that for sure. But as far as last names go, it was not her brother. It was Sebastian is the one that was actually deleted. So, and she just I didn't see any remorse. Now, one of the little brothers was on there. I think it was Keyshawn that was actually up there. He seemed a bit nervous. He seemed a bit off of, he wasn't confident like she was. You know, he knew and realized we messed up. We did the wrong thing, but hey. You know,
and that's how you could tell she was a narcissist. That girl sat there with no remorse.
None.
She don't care about who she called, and she don't care about who she called them on.
Now get this right though. She said she did all this because she was upset.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And this tells you right now, when men, be careful, because a woman's voice can get you deleted. You see how she called all those guys? Right? What if it would have went the other way and that man didn't have a way to defend himself? Those men would have deleted him. Over what? Over what? Just because she's in her feelings? Just because she's in a temporary state in her mind that she feel like she played? She already beat him up. What more do you want, woman? You beat the man up. You beat him in the back of the head. And now you want to call people over to try to delete the man? Oh, man, listen. You know what? At first, I was so angry. I was like, man, why didn't she ride with him?
They said she was there. Somebody said she was actually there. I don't know. I don't know about that. I didn't watch the court case completely. But if you didn't hear it, I guess it may not be true. But some say that she was actually there. I don't know. But let me tell you this. I got to tell y'all something, because a lot of charges and stuff that we don't talk about because it's not like that everywhere. But I got to mention this to y'all. There's a such thing called a felony murder, right? And the felony murder charge in Florida is this. According to Florida law, felony murder is defined as the killing of another human being during the commission or attempted commission of a certain felony. Only 2 sentencing options are available upon conviction: life without possibility of parole and the death penalty. Now, let me explain this to you if y'all don't understand what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah.
Even though she was not there, right? even though she wasn't there. The fact that she conspired to have this man shot up, because this is what our text message says, and he wasn't the one who actually was deleted, but another one was, she can still be held for felony murder and convicted of life without possibility of parole or the death penalty.
You think they're gonna get her?
I think they definitely should. Listen, this is how they look at it. The young man that passed away, that was deleted, it would have never happened if she wouldn't have wrote that text message. She is the only person responsible, and it ain't no conspiracy. The boy died. He died. So guess what? This is what needs to happen to her. She needs to be found. She needs to be brought up on charges for felony murder. See, this happens a lot with younger people. You know how younger people commit these crimes, like they steal cars and stuff, right? And then they steal them and they're driving all fast down the road and they accidentally hit somebody, and the person that they hit dies. Instead of them being brought up on the charge of stealing a car, they're now brought up on charge of, deletion. And it's just deletion. And it's not just the one that actually hit him that was driving the car. It's all of them that are involved.
Yeah. They're all an accessory. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So all the people, all them young folks that was there, that went to Mr. Rudolph's mom's house to shoot it up or whatever they were going to do, now can be charged with the young man Sebastian's deletion.
You know what, security boss? I'm going to say this, and I know it's not going to be sexy. But if I'm at my house and a young lady or call a group of men over to my house, security boss, I'm going to do what he did, but I'm definitely going to take my 3 blocks that Texas give me, and the whole car wouldn't have made it. The entire car wouldn't have made it. I would have riddled them. It would have been really, really, the news would have been really bad. Really, really bad. Because you threatening my family, my house, where I live, where I reside. I'm going to take the entire car. I'm going to empty every clip I got. So
listen, the Ruckus has said that the 3 and her have been granted immunity. Why?
Yeah, I knew that was coming.
But why? What? Wait a minute. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Why would they be granted immunity? Tell me. Can somebody help me out? Why?
I'm finna look at it right now. Go ahead. I don't know.
I need to know. So you said to me, so it gets even worse. So you're saying no one will be charged with this young man's deletion? Nobody. Because the man who actually deleted him didn't do it. It was, he was defending himself. And the ones who actually caused it, they get immunity for what? What was the immunity for? Oh my goodness, y'all got to be kidding me. So here we go. Here we go, young man. Here we go. If this young lady right now have been given immunity and will not be charged for the deletion of the young man, Sebastian. So in other words, y'all telling me going in, they just knew that Rudolph was going to be guilty. Is that what it was?
Mm-hmm.
They thought the 12 was just going to automatically say he was guilty. So they was going to just let these other ones go if they get in here and do what? Do what? Why would they do that? Oh, that's devastating. Yeah, this is crazy. This is crazy. So again, here we are, a young lady. This young lady y'all please tell me this is not true. Black man, do you see that anywhere?
I'm looking it up right now.
Please tell me the Ruckus is causing, what do you call that? He's just gossiping, just starting a rumor. Please tell me you started a rumor.
No. He's not starting a rumor. I'm looking at it right now. It says Travis Rudolph case. Okay, he was cleared. Clemency for him. He was acquitted of all charges. It says, will the girlfriend be charged or whatever? It says the girlfriend will not be charged because she had nothing to do with the men going to the house. Right? They were going to the house. Right. They were actually going to the house to protect her. So the men who are in the car are not going to be charged, as well as she will not be charged.
Wow. Yeah, somebody got to overturn that. That's wrong.
Yep.
Wait a minute. Where was they going to shoot him up at? What was they going to shoot up if they wouldn't go into this house? I thought it actually said go shoot up Rudolph's home. I thought that was a tag.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
It says the DA does not want to move forward with any charges on the girlfriend or the people in the car. So they didn't get what they wanted. So they're saying screw everything else because they wanted him.
They wanted
yeah. The DA probably saying, listen, I ain't taking 2 L's. I couldn't get the big fish. I don't want the small ones.
Mm.
The DA is refusing to move forward with any charges.
Somebody got to overturn that. Now that this boy has been acquitted, somebody got to come back and say, okay, so you telling me Sebastian, his death just means nothing?
Nope. They say his death.
In other words.
Right. What they're saying is that the death of I'm reading it right here. So the death, they talk about Mark Shiner here. So Mark Shiner is saying, the news reporter is saying that the death was already been accounted for because Travis was on trial for deleting him, and Travis was acquitted, meaning that the case is over. The man who actually shot him got acquitted. Like justice has been done, whether we like the decision or not, is what he quoted here.
So the ruckus, thank you, the ruckus. The ruckus says she said shoot up his ish, not house. Okay.
Yeah, it is. It says shoot up his shit. Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, yo. What actual ish did he have?
Right.
And how did that ish bring them to his front door?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness, y'all. This is so sick.
That's why I'm telling you, when you get an opportunity, when I was in gun training, this is what he told us. He said, take everybody out and then perform CPR on them until the police get there. That's what my trainer told me when I first started shooting. He take them all out and do CPR on them. It is what it is.
Oh my God, yeah. So listen, it's over with. I guess she got free, y'all. She's going free. She actually
gonna ruin somebody else's life.
So guess what? She ain't learned a thing. She'll do this again. She'll tell somebody else. She probably done. If anything happened between her and her husband, that brother probably done went and tried to school the husband a couple times too, for whatever reason.
Security boss. That's what I was about to tell you. Mr. Boss need to find the video of her husband hugging her and supporting her after the case was over.
Her husband?
Yes.
Oh my God.
He's sitting there just hugging her. And that's why I was watching, what was that the other night? Was it Corey Hogan or somebody? Yeah, they were actually
talking. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me make sure I understand you. So Miss Dominique's husband that is estranged has come to Florida and is at the trial.
Yes.
And after the young man was found acquitted, why would he need to go hug her?
They're still well, everybody, the man's for eating him up, calling him a simp. I don't understand. I don't think if I'm married and my wife cheated on me with a guy, then that guy ended up deleting somebody she called, then I don't think I'm going to be at the courthouse saying, hey baby, you good? You okay? I need to protect you. No.
He ain't saying that. I don't know what he's saying, but he ain't saying that. I mean,
this is for the camera.
He's been going with this man for at least a year, right? Wouldn't it? Yeah. At least a year that him and her dated prior to, and that. Yeah, I'm disgusted by this. Let me read these super chats. And Black man, we're gonna go on because again, here we go. This young lady was not held accountable for the deletion of a young man, nor for beating this boyfriend of hers.
She should at least get assault charges. She beat him on the back of his head.
Well, you know what? He probably not even interested in filing any charges against her because the time has gone past now. I guess I don't know. Because now it's on video. He never even said anything to her about that.
She's now the enemy. She is the enemy. She need to be dealt with.
She's definitely the enemy. She's definitely an enemy. Anyway, Big Ant, thank you so much for your $10 super chat. Hey, SB, it's 322.1 degrees outside, and BMU got the fireplace off. What that be getting on us real hard.
Oh, much love to you, Big Ant, man. Appreciate you, brother, for giving that super chat.
Wait a minute. What the other? Let me see it again because I didn't see the other hand. He said you might want to ask him if he's okay. I'm starting to worry. Like man, tell Big Ant that it's just atmosphere.
This atmosphere, Big Ant.
He say 322.1
degrees.
Mr. Garrett, thank you so much for your $19.99 super chat. Just love. You get the money line. Oh my! There you go. I'ma run it every time. Going up, need no decline. Money line. I'ma run it every time. Give me mine. Going up, need no decline.
beloved.
Okay, well, look, I'm gonna do like they did on TV. Hold up. It's Marcus. Hold up. Marcus say it's time to even the playing field. What?
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute, Marcus. Marcus, just the other day, you was down with me with restraining the young ladies.
Uh-oh.
Now it seems as though you're willing to push them off the porch. Marcus, come on now.
How the tables have turned.
Marcus, it's only been a week. Marcus say it's time to change. What's going on? Then he says, hello, everyone. Hey, Marcus, thank you so much for your super chat. But anyway, listen, I got a couple of more videos to play because guess what? That ain't the only time my ladies have let me down. That was a big one. And I'm honestly saying to y'all, I don't think this young lady should be able to walk away from this. Quincy, hello, sir. How are you? It's good to see you. I don't think we should allow her, and take heed, you too, to just walk away from this, because it's not giving a good message, because that young man could have went to prison for the rest of his life.
Yep. It's like the bank story. Remember the great football player, and she said that he raped her, and he sat in jail for 4 years. Then she came to visit him, and she got $1 million from the school system, came to visit him in jail, and they got her on hidden camera saying, I lied because I thought you was gonna leave me and be with somebody else, and ruin that man's life. He was an NFL prospect on his way to having a great life. She ruined him and got no charges. Nothing.
Wow. Hey, Nightish. How are you, sir? Glad to have you here. Welcome to SB Nation. Marcus, what you up here saying? I'm talking about the court between men and women. Oh, definitely. Look, Marcus, I thought you was stepping all the way out there, brother.
I did too. Yeah, I thought he
was getting a little like, if we lose Marcus, it's over.
Yep.
So anyway, we're going to do another one, because we're going to play another video, and I want y'all to tell me what you think about this, because this is a big deal.
Calling your brothers and your cousins for every little argument, because you women sit on social media, you sit around, everybody killing everybody, but you never tell the truth that it's been 1,000 shootings and homicides trickle back down to you running your fucking mouth, or you calling somebody and exaggerating because you feel disrespected. Stop calling people. You get in an argument with somebody on the block, that's it, leave it there. You call your brother, now these niggas going through it the whole summer, and then somebody's child die about it. That's your fault. That's your fault. You can't sit back and say it's not your fault because they went too far. You shouldn't have called them.
All right, guys, it's like we said, everybody, it's her fault. It is her fault. If she wouldn't have made that text message or a call or whatever she did, this would have never happened. If she would just took the L, y'all.
Yep.
He wanted another woman. Guess what? She had a whole husband. Why wasn't she not somewhere trying to be a better wife? Now, Sebastian, and we will never hear probably from Sebastian's parents, his mama, his daddy. They've lost a child behind some woman that had a husband that was going with another man who was looking at another woman. What? And then she gets to walk away, and Sebastian is deleted.
Yep. Gone. Over a fool.
Ain't nobody's gonna say nothing. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's doing nothing for Sebastian, I bet. Nobody. I mean, I get it, y'all. He was in the wrong. He shouldn't have went there. He shouldn't have followed it up. But guess what? Somebody had to tell him what to actually do, what to actually follow up. He wasn't just riding alone. If I remember correctly, the Ring camera showed him standing on the front porch also. So he was there. He went willingly. But y'all, he didn't think that he was going to lose his life behind this. He did not. And now he's gone, and then this girl going on with her life, and you say she out there hugging her husband.
Would you like me to read Ricky's comment? Because it's profound. It says, with these type of things and child deletions, Black women are the biggest deleters of Black men, hands down.
Well, absolutely. But you know what? We probably run I don't know. Wait a minute. Well, you think Black women versus okay, you included deletions of babies also. Yeah, you're exactly right, Ricky. You're very much right. All right, so listen, we got one more, I think, video that I need to show y'all. And this is another one where ladies didn't get to have not yet answered for some bad things or some for cruel actions that they took. Y'all take a look.
By my friends on a trip we took to Mexico. They left me there and told my family that I had alcohol poisoning. Ain't that some It was supposed to be a fun vacation, but it turned into a nightmare that I can't wake up from. Literally. I am Shankella Robinson. I was found dead in a hotel room in Cabo San Lucas. My so-called friends told my parents I died from alcohol poisoning, but my autopsy showed I suffered a broken neck and other traumatic injuries. Then a video went viral showing me being punched and kicked by another woman, while a man stood nearby and did nothing to help me. My family has been fighting for justice ever since. They have been waiting for answers, for someone to be held accountable for what happened to me. But it feels like no one is listening. The FBI and federal prosecutors announced that they won't be pursuing criminal charges, despite the evidence that has been presented. It's hard to accept that the people responsible for my alleged murder may never be brought to justice. To make matters worse, a new report from Mexican police contradicted the initial autopsy, suggesting that I may have been alive for several hours before authorities arrived and pronounced me dead. I hope that someday, justice will be served and my family can find peace. But for now, they are left with dashed hopes and a sense of injustice that is hard to bear.
Man, that is so creepy.
That's extra creepy.
Oh my God. That gave me chills, like for real.
Extra creepy.
That is so creepy.
Very much so.
Oh my God.
But the message of it all, though, is they have basically closed the case.
Oh yeah, they did.
So y'all, even all those videos, just like you got the Ring camera, her beating him over the head, the 4 boys showing up on the porch with Mr. Rudolph here. You got video, several videos of this young lady being beat. This looked like slump piece of meat laying in the floor, and they still going at her, beating her up, women, and all that evidence. What exactly are we looking for? Because the girl didn't fight back. She didn't fight back. I didn't see not one time that she hit or did anything to defend herself. I didn't see it.
Security.
What are we looking for?
What more do you want? You got it right there that the girl was being assaulted and beat the hell out of. You saw it. My security ball. This is why sometimes I think our system is broken.
You think?
I'll say our system is broken, and this is why. Can you imagine, security boss, if that was your child or my daughter, and I'm looking at the video, seeing a grown man right there videoing it, and then I see another girl stomping my daughter out on the floor, and then a day later they find her deleted, and now they're closing the case. I'm closing somebody's ass.
I mean, that's what it's going to go to. It's going to go to that vigilante justice, because guess what, black man?
Exactly.
If I'm sitting here looking and got videos of you kicking my child's tail, I'm sitting here looking at it. You just dragging her. You hitting her left and right. She's sitting up here naked. She ain't fighting back for whatever reason.
That's the motive. You got that's motive. I don't care what nobody says.
Find out that they lie. Now, see, they lied. The doctors lied. The coroner lied. The police lied.
Bro, they liars.
All of them lied, and we still ain't got no case.
I would tell them
get to walk away.
I would tell them my daughter died in paradise, but you gonna die today. All of you will die before the end of the week. All of you. And my daughter, I can't even imagine.
We got to start saying deleted. They would delete it.
Oh, delete. Yeah,
we've been saying die a lot. Okay, delete it. But I got to tell you something. I don't think this is good enough. But these young ladies have been being abused. They have made it back home. Y'all know I'm in North Carolina. They have made it back to North Carolina. In every sighting, I'm not gonna say every, but several sightings, they've been getting dusted. So, I'm not saying that's good enough, but it has been happening. It's been on the news a few times where they have been getting dusted. Easy. You just keep on giving. What you saying today? Nah, men just need to pick what? Wait a minute. Well, men just need to pick better. Why did he choose to stay with an abuser? Okay. Why did those guys choose to run up on that man? A bunch of crash test dummies, the whole lot of them. Oh my goodness. Okay. So I think he's talking about, I ain't want to take words out of his, But I think he's talking about Rudolph. He's saying, why did Rudolph choose to stay with the abuser? So let me just say this. Sometimes when you tell women or men, but mostly women, when you tell them it's over, they don't officially leave. See, what they do is they get mad at you and then they call in their squad, like the force she called, to come and get you. Because remember, she said that she got upset because he was entertaining another woman.
Yep.
So I think he probably got a little tired of getting his head bashed in too by homegirl. I just think that it just, you know how sometimes they just don't want to leave. It just ain't over. You know, I'm talking about like Cheeky. Cheeky, I've been dealing with Cheeky all day. He said he loved her. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
And yeah, she was very abusive in this video, but easy money. He was trying to get away from her. I think he was doing it in such a manly way because he could have turned around and dusted her butt off right there on that front porch, but he chose not to do it. It looks like to me, he chose to restrain her and they fell off the porch, or they fell down off the porch, or however you want to say that. And then he came back quickly to get away from her. And you know what I told y'all about how them women be running behind you? See, I kind of get the feeling that this married woman was running behind this young man. Now, she might have been looking for a come up. I don't know, because I don't know nothing about her husband or what she was doing. But Easy, I think you're wrong about this one.
Yeah, Trey said Rudolph wasn't innocent, and the guys that went over to the house were stupid. The men were stupid. Hey, yeah, now Trey, I love you to death, and I agree with you sometimes, but I disagree with you today. If you come over to my house, I need to take you out. I don't care.
I was going to say innocent in what way? What are we saying he was not innocent on? What you mean? He actually was innocent. They acquitted him of all charges. So how was he not innocent? Talking about the way he chased behind them. Yeah, I get it. It's kind of suspect. I agree with that. It was kind of suspect because they was running away. But the fact that they came and she set it up, I guess it still made it happen. Black man, you're not supposed to get somebody after when they running away. The threat is gone. Y'all know that.
Texas said I got 3 blocks.
Oh, well, okay. Well, maybe Florida got that too, and we just don't know.
Texas said I got 3 blocks to get them.
Well, that was definitely not 3 blocks. And then guess what? If he wouldn't have slipped and fell, you know, he slipped and fell. If that wouldn't have happened, he'd have got all of them.
Yep.
He'd have got all of them. So, you know, I hate to say it, but thank the Lord the young man slipped and fell.
Yep.
You know, he did, because if not, that AR he had would have lit up the whole everything.
That thing got some knock.
So Trey, I'm not sure what he wasn't innocent in, but I do agree with you when somebody, if you're saying this, when people are running away, the threat is definitely gone. But like Black man say, Texas got 3 blocks. Maybe Florida has a minimal, amount of time. Also, I don't know that, but he said the jury found him not guilty. It's coming to a time like that. People are, getting tired of that. They doing that vigilante thing now, because if 12 people, if they done got videotape, Shanquilla done got drug in the house, beat up, got videotape of this, they done lied. Every official authority over in Mexico done told a lie, and they still can't figure out that this was what you want to call it, a deletion. Murder? Can I say murder? Murder? You still don't want to call it that? Then what do we have? What else can we do, Black man?
Yeah, we're just sitting there watching the videos. But like I said again, it's gonna get to a point where we have to start taking things into our own hands. Because again, I love my children dearly. My 3 boys, my 3 girls, I love them dearly. If my daughter, I think about it, I shedded a tear. I really did, because I think about it, if my daughter went somewhere with her friends and I watch video of them beating my daughter, and then the next day my daughter's deleted. Oh, Lord, have mercy on their souls. Listen, I promise you, I'm going to jail.
You got to hold yourself together, Black man, because that can only, I understand, though. I understand how you're feeling. But, and it goes deeper, because there's a lot of things we don't know. But we don't know about the struggle that they had to get that child's body back over here. We don't know about the money they say the young people stole from her when they left over there in Mexico. Yeah, these are women that are doing this. I've seen a lot of videos lately where it seems as though women are changing. Of course, we already know that, but they are now in their masculinity want to commit more crimes. Now, I have no idea why you would want to commit a crime just because of whatever reason, but they're getting to be more ruthless. And Miss Dominique is the beginning of it. Y'all see how she sit up there and look like she ain't done nothing, and somebody did.
I don't give a damn. That's what she's saying.
She didn't care. She did not. She didn't care at all. So
They
how
they liars.
so how do we hold these sisters accountable for these things? What do we need to do? Because again, wait a minute, Trey says, no, this is weak men allowing themselves to be manipulated by women. Okay. I don't know any of the history. I don't know any of the background. I don't know of their relationship, Trey. So you could be. And who was that right there? You, Dr. Steele, said the sisterhood at their worst. Is it? Is it? Because they surely did delete this young girl.
Yep. And you know what? Oh, go ahead.
No, you're fine.
You know what? Even today, I had a pretty good day at work, but there was a conversation about the sisterhood today. And you know me, I sit back and I just listen. One of the young ladies spoke out and she said, I have a question for all the ladies in the room. And they all turned around and she said, if your best friend was dating your brother and you went on a girls trip and she had a one night stand, do you stick to the sister code or do you tell your brother he got cheated on? Every woman in that room said stick to the sister code over their own brother. Half of them said it ain't my business. So I'll just let whatever happen gonna happen. I just, security boss is just so disgusting now. It's just, and I said, what if the roles were reversed and you were married to your brother's best friend? Would you want your brother to tell? Yeah, he should tell me because I'm a lady.
Black man, let me tell you where this is all coming from. Y'all ain't gonna like me when y'all hear this. If anybody agrees with all this extra stuff that Black man's talking about, all these sister girls and this sisterhood code and all this stuff, the actual lowering of your standards and morals, let me just share with y'all what's going on. It's all this is happening due to the sexual liberation that is going on with our young ladies right now. The fact that they think that they can be sexually liberated and share their bodies, souls, spirits, and mind with so many different individuals is why they now are off the hook.
Clearly, beloved,
they're losing their mind. It's all a spiritual thing, y'all. Y'all gonna be like, no, it's I'm telling y'all, there's never been a time. There's women have been off before, y'all, but we ain't never been criminals, y'all. We've never sit up there. I don't know nobody. We've never told a group of young men, go over there and shoot up his ish. Then someone dies. And then we sit up on a stand and act like he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, I guess. All I said, I'm not going to admit to that. All I'm saying is that I was upset. And I was upset because I saw him talking to another female, even though I got a husband. Really?
Your Honor, do I have permission to punch her in the face? Somebody should have asked that question. God, it's security boss. There's no way I could sit there. Even if I'm the person's parent that died, there's no way I can sit there in that courtroom listening to this girl with no remorse on my child being deleted.
None. None. She actually acted like she was mad because she had to be there and tell what happened. I didn't say shoot up his. She said I just said shoot up his ish. Okay, I got y'all now.
Mm-hmm.
That could mean I told you I was upset. Then she got ignorant with the lady. Come on, y'all.
Yep, went sideways, went left, and guess what? She at home right now with a bonnet on, watching reruns of Martin.
She ain't got no bonnet on. She getting up under somebody else, maybe her husband for this time.
Yep.
She ain't stopping because nothing stopped her. Yeah, this is going very very much to the left. I need my men folk. I need you all to look. I'm with Trey, I guess, but we do need to. I'm encouraging you all to raise your standards. You cannot, first of all, the woman was married. I guess the young man wasn't asking the right questions because you're supposed to know when a woman is married. I don't care if she's single. Somebody should have asked the question about, do you have a man that's attached to you? And is your name Jones? Is his name Jones too? Or what's the situation? We got to ask the right questions because he shouldn't have been tying himself to a married woman And they had to be having sex and had to be pretty darn close because she was very upset when she found that he was going with another woman or trying to entertain another woman. How do you get mad about that? Yeah, we are losing our mind. Lord Jesus. We know. Ladies, y'all have lost it. I hate to say it. The sisterhood is gone. Y'all. And I'm telling men, y'all be careful. Y'all don't hit them. Restrain yourself. Come on. I'm gonna have to just go back and just get myself together because they doing too much. The fact that this woman got off for this, she's getting off with nothing is totally out of order. The fact that those, how many was it? 4 girls with Shanquilla? 4 girls got off with the lead. What? It was only one? One dude?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, whoever it was, the fact that they got off, wait a minute, black man, it was the 7. It was 7 of them. So it had to be including her, wouldn't it? So it was 4 girls and 2 boys, and then her made 7. So the 4 girls got off
because one of the boys was aisle 5 at Walmart for sure.
Oh, he wasn't actually in the house.
No, I said he was aisle 5 at Walmart.
Oh Lord,
that's the aisle the sugar.
Burn aisle 5. Yeah, shoot, I forgot about the aisle 5.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, when y'all can get, when things like this can happen and women just walk away, it's amazing. Now, I don't know if Mr. Boss had that other video. Did you have the other one with the girl with the axe?
Whoa!
Yeah. It's another. Oh God, yeah. It was another video out there, y'all. I got to tell you, a young lady had an axe. It's on TikTok, and she was knocking out every window in sight with this axe. She had an axe, y'all. I'm serious. It was an axe. It was a real axe. And she was in a homosexual relationship. If I want to say, she said correctly that it was her girlfriend that she was upset with. But she had an axe. She was knocking out every window in this apartment building, up the top one and the bottom one, with this axe, y'all. And she was just there was nothing there. Her mind was gone. And she was daring people to say something to her. Daring. Excuse me. I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. But anyway, she had an axe. And I'm thinking, oh God, please don't say anything. Please don't get close to her because she has an axe. So we have gone to an all-time low that we're this evil. This is beyond cruel. We use a good word, cruel, but this is evil. Y'all, this is evil. For you to have she was walking around with this axe, just knocking out the windows, daring somebody to say something to her.
Yep.
So how do we hold our women accountable for that? We're going to drop the link. And Black Man, I want to hear what you have to say, because I also want to hear what the individuals in our comment section has to say. And we're going to talk about this for a little while and we got to have some answers, because men, if y'all have not yet, men and ladies, we have to start protecting ourselves, because as you see, Shanquilla was deleted by a few women. And then them same women, or the same woman, another woman, she actually called for a young man to be deleted, and it actually didn't work out. But still, the fact that she thought that she could do that, it just disturbs us. So we got to have some answers to why is this happening, and how should we be responding to the lack of accountability that is being given to our ladies, because something's got to happen. But you know what? We got to figure out what to do. Because guess what? They could jump me. It'd all be, they could jump me. They could jump you, black man. They could jump any of these young men or whatever. We got to figure out what to do.
Okay.
Easy money. You got to tell me something. Tell me something easy. You know, we're talking about the men need to pick better. I understand what you're saying, but what if you're not in a relationship and they just mad at you or what have you? Tell me about that. What needs to be done? So we're going to drop the link, and I want y'all to come up and express to us what it is you think needs to be done, because this young man right here, Rudolph, he spent a whole year in jail. Now, I don't know nothing about jail, never been arrested or what have you, but I can imagine it ain't the place to be. So who gets to right that wrong for me?
Right.
Nobody. I just got to live through it. And that's how it is.
I just think we gotta come up with better ways to discipline people. Wait a minute. What
do you mean we? That vigilante stuff is not gonna work, black man. You gotta keep.
No. I'm saying come up with something like come up with like this forgiveness journey thing. Because I'm gonna say this for Shanquilla, It was Khalil Cook, Malik Patrick, Winter Essence Donovan, Alyssa Dejanay, and Nazir Wiggins. So yeah, it was a whole bunch of them. I just think that we should, when it comes to stuff like that, I think like the Amazon is so that people haven't really did a lot of work in the Amazon, right? There's a lot of animals there, there's a lot of insects, there's a lot of things that could take you out, right? But I think when people do that stuff, I think we should, most parts of the Amazon, 90% of it has been undiscovered. I think we should just drop them off in the middle of the Amazon. If you make it out, you make it out. If you don't, you don't. But there's a lot there that could take care of them. You leave them there for a couple of days, they be, you drop them on a Monday, I guarantee you Thursday, well, you won't see none of them. It's little bugs out there that can bite you and send you on to heaven. So
listen, Trey says he should have spent a year in jail. He decided to deal with a married woman. Travis was not innocent. So wait a minute, I got to ask this question. And Trey, be honest with me. Do you know this for sure, or is this just a feeling that you're getting? You know, I need to know, because it's coming to be like he didn't know she was married. But if you know for sure, if they said it, because I did not follow the trial like that. But if they said that he knew that she was married, then okay. But are you just having a feeling that he knew, or is this, you know, you just think that he just had to know, you know, that kind of feeling that we get. But anyway, I want to say hello to Bolo. I don't think we need to see the video again. We got it. We're moving on.
Yeah, she hit him dead in the back of the head. Bloop, bloop.
Several times. Hey, Bolo.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, BMU. My condolences to you again, brother.
Hey, thank you, brother. Much love to you, man. Appreciate you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Bolo.
Yes, ma'am.
You're seeing all this violence that these women are creating, right? I love my women, but they won't listen to me. Ain't nobody listen to me when I tell them that we as women, since we are receivers, we cannot be sexually liberated because we're receiving too many things. And it's controlling us spiritually. It's controlling our minds. Some of us are sending us straight to mental health. You know, we need to get our mental health straight. We just acting out completely. Mm-hmm. So tell me what you think about all this.
You know, what's crazy is women are the only gender that can want the authority of a man, the accountability of a child, and the responsibility of a woman. They're the only gender that can do that. It doesn't make any sense. They flip between the three when it's convenient for them. So if we talk about simps, right, because again, I don't like using that word, but it's something that's running around. And if you talk about simps, those dudes were the biggest simps. Those dudes were the simps. There's a lot of men that are in jail or killed because of the word of a woman. Over here in New York, you had a young lady that had sex with a guy on videotape. And he disrespected her for whatever reason. And she ran, you know, Junior, the Spanish kid that got killed. He got stabbed by all the other gang members in the Bronx. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of men that are killed because of the word of a woman.
Deleted.
You know, deleted because of the word of a woman. So, you know, in this right here, this situation right here, all it does is propagate that it's okay for you to do so. That's all it does. There's no accountability on her. Why? That's the same way if I run into a movie theater and yell fire and then try to push free speech. That's not the spirit of what free speech is supposed to mean. We understand that you can say anything, but if something is enacted and violence comes from what I say, then I'm responsible for that. If it wasn't for her saying or texting, go shoot that dude's crib up, or however she said it, none of it. So for them to get a high value black man, right, they give her immunity. Doesn't make no sense. You cannot have justice if you don't have righteousness. Those two cannot coexist, separated from each other. So what are we talking? This world ain't set for justice. It isn't set for justice. So you know, the only thing that what's the other guy name that passed?
Sebastian. Yeah, Jean.
Mm-hmm. Name. It's a crazy name though. So that dude sound like a superhero. You know, you can only say that when the father comes back, judgment will be muted. This is what it is when we're dealing in a wicked world. This is what we're dealing with. That can set the role, the motions, and set it up, and be so clear being interviewed, and no remorse, not at all. No remorse at all. If it was a man, let's go with a black man, he'd have been finished. Finished. He'd have been under the jail. Finished. And what happens is, what they don't understand, this is what society is doing, what the government is doing, the bigger picture. What they don't understand is they're causing a bigger rift between the black man and the black woman because of this.
There you go. This is so true.
They're causing a bigger rift because now black men are like, yo, come on, son. And the women is like, well, and then when you have these conversations, is that much of a bigger gap to bring the two together, to have that type of camaraderie. This would have never.
That's the problem. I don't mean to cut you off. Excuse me, Bolo. I don't mean to cut you off, because you're exactly right, and that's what we need to do. You just made me think about that. Should be our concentration, because that is definitely what they're doing. It's by design to pull us apart, to make us more of enemies. And I hope with these type of cases, though, Bolo, it should be easy to see what's going on. So I hope everybody can see that they're tearing our culture apart.
Well, you know what you got to understand, though? What you got to understand is cognitive thought is based on logic. Okay? Fearful thought is based on emotion. And when you look at society, there's way more people that are emotional than cognitive. So as it's common sense. It's common sense. Look, you have a dude saying that he should have been in jail. The guy you were talking to earlier in the chat. Mm-hmm. He should have been in jail for a year for protecting himself.
He was. So he spent 1 year in there. You saying it was justified? Yes.
Saying it's justified.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So it's thought processes like that you don't see how deep the ripples go or how far the ripples go. So when you're looking at a society that is not based on emotion, it's not based on cognitive thought, it's not based on logic, they're based on emotions. A lot of the times people are found guilty in the court of the people in the streets. They don't look at the evidence, they don't look at they don't have the conversation, they don't wait for everything to be put on the table and then make a decision. They look at it, how I'm feeling. I might have had a situation, a lot of women might have felt that their man cheated on them, so they're going to agree with her. They're not dealing with fact, but they're dealing with emotion. This is why when we deal with the Lord, he deals with facts. There is no emotion involved. This is, I may think he should get 10 stripes. The Lord will say, no, he deserves 5, so he's going to get 5. We got to separate the two. Again, you cannot have justice without righteousness. And we're living in this world, black man was saying it, this is a spiritual war, man. This isn't physical. It just happens in the physical plane. This is a spiritual war, not battle, war. And if you go into it thinking carnally, like a lot of us do, especially in the black community, we've already lost.
Right.
Look at our black community. Look at our children. Look at our women. Look at our men. Look at them. You have men getting a text. No one said why. What did he do? Did he beat you? Did he spit on you? Did he disrespect you? What does he deserve to be deleted? Why? Who did that? They got the text. Let's ride, son. And that's what happened. And now look, one guy's gone, the other cats are shot, and she's spotless. Spotless.
Mm-hmm.
This is our justice system. If you think, and this is why the Lord tell you this place, come ye out of her and partake not of her sin. This place is going to be destroyed. There's nothing of this world that's going to be brought into the kingdom. God is not coming back to save this world. He's coming back to judge it, meaning destroy it. Destroy it. So this is a spiritual war, man. Start making sure you deal with the right shorties. No. I say it to you cats all the time. Start making sure you deal with the right shorties. And men, women, make sure you deal with the right men. Because things like this back in the days in the 80s, we used to say this was far-fetched. This wasn't the rule. This was the exception. Now it's the rule.
That would be one thing that has changed. You're exactly right. So listen, thank you so much, Bolo. Thank you so much for that.
So much. Love you guys.
You
All right,
too.
much love to you, man.
All right.
Appreciate you.
So Dr. Steele, we're going to bring Dr. Steele up also, but I want to read Sugar Bum's super chat. Sugar Bum said the young lady is a biracial woman. Thank you so much, Sugar Bum, for your super chat. Sugar Bum, her being biracial, I don't know if that actually, that might make it worse, because the young men that she sent over, this Sebastian Jones Jacques might have been biracial also, but Keyshawn Jones, Tyler Robertson, and Chris Lowe, I think, were black men. And she sent them over to shoot up another black man ish. So again, she was taking our men out of here. She didn't have a problem with losing at least one of them. So that still is a big problem. And then if you want to look at it like that, seeing that she is biracial, is she saying that she's excluded from the issues, or is this something that she can do and it's okay to do because she's not one of us per se? Or is she not taking upon this fact that she is a black woman? Even though her mom, I think you said her mom is white. But either way, thank you so much for your super chat, Sugar Bomb. Dr. Steele says Dominique is selfish. First, she cheated on her husband. Then she tried to ruin Travis' life. Now she put 3 men's life in danger and one did not make it. She absolutely did. And I just y'all, maybe she's had her time. It's been 2 years, but it just seems like she should have been a little bit more humble to the fact that this young man did not make it home that night, and that it even turned out this way. If indeed she was just upset and maybe they went over there to threaten him or to, just to threaten him or to fight him or whatever, and it turned out much more, much different than she thought. It just seems like this would be like the worst thing in the world that could happen. And she still I didn't see any remorse for that either. So anyway, Take Heed, thank you so much for your $5 super chat. She says, black women always booking black men for a fight. Booking them. Stop it. We got to stop doing that. Listen, guys, the major problem, one of the major problems that we hear all the time, especially in these YouTube spaces, and black men, you're going to agree with me, and then we're going to go to Dr. Steele, but I know you're going to agree with me, is our black women are always saying that that black men do not protect them. And you got to understand, with something happening like this just happened, how can a black man be comfortable protecting a black woman when it falls out just like this?
And she using them as a weapon.
Yeah, how would they know? They would definitely be fearful to go over and protect a black woman, whoever it is, mama, sister, wife, whoever. They would definitely be afraid to do so, thinking about something like this that could definitely happen. I mean, that's fair. That's a fair thing. If we could get Sugar Bum, if I can get you to agree with me, Sugar Bum, tell me the truth. Let's put the trolling aside for a moment. Would you not agree that a man should be very suspect to going to protect a woman due to something happening, just like what happened with Dominique and Travis? Just tell me if you think so, Sugar Bum. All right, Dr. Steele, what you got for us, sir?
Well, actually, I have a question. Now, the reason why women have not been held accountable so much, does it have something to do with society, let's say, having a stereotype about men being more aggressive than women? And this has been going on for ages?
Well, more aggressive, that's the word we want to use. I don't know. Listen, I know that inherently men are stronger than women, right? And so men can get angry, but when you say more aggressive, I may think that women are more aggressive than men at this point. And when I say that, I'm thinking aggressive as in ready to attack. Is that what you're thinking, or are you thinking something else?
Well, actually, you corrected me. Stronger. I meant to say stronger.
Okay, stronger. Okay, men are stronger than women. Yes, that's just how it goes. But when you say aggressive, I'm almost thinking now that women are coming off more aggressive than men. And when I say that, I'm just talking about like when things get heated, when things get hot. I think that what I'm seeing now is men are showing the ability to have a much cooler head than a woman. Women nowadays, they popping off really, really quick. And they're going all the way. They're going for the gusto. They're carrying weapons. Now I'm hearing and understanding that a lot of them are deciding to be drug dealers. They'll just lash out. Where men lately, I've been seeing that they're a little bit easier to, even just like the situation that black man got in the other day. He was much more calm and to a point than the young lady that was basically being aggressive towards him for whatever reason. But when we go to stronger, I don't think I know women typically are not stronger than men. Now you may have some that for whatever reason, but no, it's not normal.
Yeah. God, gave men our strength for a reason.
Sure.
To actually protect this earth. Now in the past, we did have a lot of men who abused their attributes and things of that nature. And I think it's because of that history where we see that most of the time, the world been giving women the benefit of the doubt, basically. Now, you talk about the Rudolph case. Well, remember the Ray Rice case? Remember him?
Help me remember, because the name does sound familiar, but
Yeah.
I can't picture it right now. Tell me a little bit more.
The NFL player running back was on the elevator with his wife. His wife spit in his face, and he dropped her.
Oh, is that what happened? She spit in his face?
Actually, I thought she was hitting on him as well.
Yeah.
But then Ray Rice got aggressive back. And the backlash from that is he actually got suspended. The Ravens let him go. Oh. Another team never picked him up. Never.
Wait a minute, though. Did she really spit in his face? Is that what happened?
Yeah.
It's on video.
Yeah. And
I didn't know what happened.
Yeah, I think she did do some swinging at him as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But anyway, because of that, Ravens let him go. No other team would pick him up ever. But yet the woman was not held accountable for her part at all. And
no, she would, but she stayed married. They stayed married for a while. They still married now, aren't they?
Yeah, they're still married. They got married.
You gotta go watch the video, Trey.
Wait a minute, y'all. I did not know she spit in his face. Y'all have just added a whole nother layer to this situation.
Yeah, it's on camera. You guys gotta go back and watch it. That's all.
And get this. This happened before he married her. Let's keep that in mind. But he married her, and I don't know what happened after that. The last time I heard Ray Rice, he was actually an assistant coach for a high school football team. The last time I've heard of him. Now, I can think of another example. And this time, this involved YouTube. Okay? I can think of two names. One, Tommy Sotomayor. Two, Cynthia G. Now, Tommy Sotomayor, and by the way, I'm not a big fan of his at all. Yeah, he said some controversial stuff, probably just as controversial as Cynthia G had. But yet, Tommy gets banned. Cynthia's still on the air. No accountability at all.
Well, let me say this.
She said.
Let me say this. I'm gonna blame that on you all. I'm gonna blame it on the men. In that particular incident, and a lot of other incidents, I'm gonna blame y'all. Yeah, it always comes back to the men. Y'all, as a whole, don't care enough to fight for it. Women, if they want something different, they're gonna play dirty. They're gonna put together some charts and some memos or whatever they gotta do. They're gonna have everybody sign it to get rid of whatever or to get their way. They're gonna put together, I ain't gonna call it a lie, but they're gonna say whatever they got to say to make something happen. Men, y'all don't operate like that. Y'all are very much solution based. Something happened, y'all do what you gotta do to it, and y'all get over it and you keep moving. I think y'all have to maybe slow down a little bit if y'all really want that type of change to happen, and go for it and just walk it out and never leave. That's because Tommy is actually beating up and fighting women. What? Oh, because that's why he was removed. So hold on for a minute, Dr. Steele. So you saying that's the difference between him and Cynthia G? I would Cynthia G is not going to be fighting any men. So if that shouldn't. What's your point, Sugar Bubbles? Maybe I'm missing it. You saying that Tommy is fighting women on YouTube? Is that what she's saying? Could that be what it is? But either way, I'm telling men that if y'all want something to happen like that, if y'all really think that she has gone too far, which I think she's have said some things that are way out there before, then y'all have to get together with the women that do support you all and put something in place to get rid of them. That's what I think. But y'all don't operate like that. And I don't know if it's because you don't care that much about what she says. You're still going to live your life. You're still going to be who you are. Or you may not feel the need to get her banned from YouTube. I don't know. What is it? Black man, do you feel a need to get her banned from YouTube? I can't hear you. You muted.
I think it should be balanced across the board. I think that if Tommy Sotomayor is getting removed for some of the things that he said, I'm not sitting up here going to say, oh, he up here beating up women on camera. That didn't happen. I saw a huge argument, but this was way after he was off anyway. But I think that she should be, if he's talking about slapping somebody, whatever he says, it shouldn't be enough to get him banned if she's coming back the next week saying all black male babies should be deleted. I think that is tough for you to get on there and say that about black little baby boys. Bring the girls, and you have women in the chat saying, girl, I'm about to find out what I'm having. Okay. Well, when you find out, let us know. So, I mean, she should be gone. However, we have this thing where if a woman gets held accountable, it can destroy you. If you even ask, if you even pursue it, we'll take everything from you. Are you not being balanced as a woman? I saw Sonny Halston on The View says, in the day that we're living in now, when it comes to S assault, all we need is a woman's voice. We don't need evidence. We don't need a smoking gun. We just need her to say you did it. And we're going to believe her, because women have not been believed for years. And so that's where we are right now. This is where we are.
Let me say this, because I need my men to understand something. This world is not going to be fair for you all. And that's not, I hope that it's not going to be fair. And there is no equality either. You all were given a bigger assignment from the beginning, you were given a larger assignment. You have to understand that. In order to walk out that assignment, you're going to take some L's. I don't want you to take any L's, definitely not the ones that you shouldn't be taking. I mean, but it's not a fair place, because, the reality of it is, let women tell it, it all falls back on you all. So if you all feel strongly about something, walk it out. Walk it out. If nothing else, if it can't be fixed, bring some attention to it. Because even with us saying this now, Black man, I think you mentioned to me that Sir Hell even had a couple of videos that were that people questioned. Some ladies maybe were questioning, YouTube may be removed. Let me say it like that. I don't want to blame anybody, because I don't know. That YouTube may be removed because they were saying it was hate speech. Sir Hell doesn't have any hate speech. So what are we actually talking about? This is ridiculous. So again, it's not going to be fair. Nothing is going to be fair. You all are like Dr. Steele just said, there's a reason why you all are built differently. There's a reason why you all were given authority. There's a reason for all of this. So it's not going to be fair. Now, when you got people that are fighting dirty, you either decide to fight along with them, if nothing to bring attention to it, because maybe YouTube doesn't follow the message like we follow the message. And it might needs to be a bright light shined on the message. I, of course, would like for it all to stop, because it shouldn't be a representation of a whole group of people. Certain things should not be said because it is hate. And you also got people that are listening that are very influenced by what you say. Just like you said, Black men, some of them are saying, well, let me go see what I'm having. the question is, young woman, are you married? You know, that should be the question. The question should be, the answer should be, preserve yourself, ladies, until you find a man that is willing to marry you. That's what we need to be saying. That's what needs to be. That's the message that should be out there. And if we can't handle that, then we got to stop and just say, look, wait a minute, what we doing out here? Because otherwise we're just promoting something that is not good for the woman. It's not good for a woman to be single, having to raise a child by herself. It's not good for the child. It's not good for the woman's mental health. Y'all got to stop playing and understanding. I'm not saying that this is not something that we have to do on occasions. We understand that. But we got to start protecting ourselves in order to get to a different place. And if you have a child, you want to be able to take care of that child and get that child as much balance as you possibly can. And only way that can be done is within the nuclear family, or make sure that child's father is involved.
Right. I was security boss. I was invited to a barbecue yesterday, and for a social event, and I went for a little while. And when we talk about accountability, security boss, you will be amazed to see how many women came with their children. One woman came with 2, another lady came with 3. These are Black women, and everything was about drinking and taking shots. They start playing some game, want to take shots. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute, wait. Baby, you're going to sit here and do all this drinking and get in your car and drive your babies back home?
That's dangerous.
I'm just looking. I'm saying, okay, if I say something, I know I'm gonna rock the boat, because I don't know how to present it, because I'm already pissed off the fact that you came here doing all this drinking, and you got 2 kids that you're about to put back in the car and drive home. Now, what happens when you get tipsy or drunk and you drive these babies home and something happened to your babies? You dummy. But guess what? The women didn't say a word. Girl, give me a shot. Matter of fact, my birthday coming up. Give me 2 or 3. And I'm sitting there just looking at the women. Lord, I wish I had a camera with me everywhere I went. I'm just looking at the women. I'm finna see which one of these women finna step up and say, no, you don't need to take no drinks because you drove here with your 2 kids in the car. Not one woman said it. They was feeding her the shots. I said, yeah, it's time. It's my time to go. It's time to go.
So, Black man, let me say this to you, because it seems like, okay, so listen, when I was younger and in the generation before me, I'm Gen X and the ones before me, it was always the man's responsibility to say, no matter what, I'm going to take care of this family. I'm gonna stand up and I'm gonna marry this woman, duty or whatever. That's what happened. You know, men married women who have children. Like if a man had sex with a woman, she got pregnant, men married her. That's just what it was like. And then that contributes to a whole lot of that ain't my baby 10 years later. That was some issues there.
Right.
Our women today, I think, and you can help me out, I think that they expect the men to do that. Even in this day and time, they expect the men to say, okay, I got you pregnant, even though I don't know you, I don't like you, I don't even want to be with you, but I need to stand up and be your child's father. Is that, you think, the expectation of today's woman with men?
Right.
You think that's what they want?
Well, let me address something first. Because Trey, he's on one today. Shout out to Trey, my little brother.
Let me ask Sugar Bum, answer that question too. Is that the expectation of a man? Is it, because back in the day, men used to do that all the time. They married women that had children, and it was just an obligation of the community. A lot of men had sex with women, and the woman could have had sex with 3 different other men. He wouldn't care if she wouldn't say that, hey, you got me pregnant. His parents would say, you're going to marry that girl. And that's what would happen. That's a traditional thing. And they did that back in the day. Is that what women are, is that the expectation of the man today? Is that what we want? Is that what's happening?
Well, I'm going to address this, then I'll move on to that. There is a threshold for drinking. Trey, you're absolutely correct. It's not it's not hypocrisy. Because nobody at the party or the get together had a blower to blow and see what the limit was. So you don't know what limit this young lady was at when she started drinking from the time she got there. I was there probably 2.5 hours. She drank the entire time I was there. The entire time I was there, taking shots, shot after shot, after shot, after shot. Give me a glass of wine now, another shot. And I'm thinking, damn, ain't nobody gonna say nothing. But I guarantee you, Trey, I know you got beautiful children too, I think. If you were at a party with me and you start drinking and you got your kids with you, we're gonna have a fucking problem. I'm gonna say to you, Trey, you know, I'll drive the kids home. Get in the car. I'll have my wife follow us. I'll drive you home. There's no way I would allow you as a man, allow you to leave a party after you just got through drinking with those beautiful babies in the car. That's just irresponsible. It's irresponsible and it's stupid. Right? I try to tell people this all the time. The girl at my job, I'm an alkie, and just like she's happy with it. I drive drunk all the time. Well, baby, ain't your license suspended? Ain't your insurance? You ain't got no insurance, no license because you got 2 DUIs and you're still out here getting drunk every day driving. What's going to happen one day? You're going to miss something and you're going to hit something that's human. And then when that person deletes or goes away, you're in jail for vehicular homicide. You're gone. So you're stupid. Like I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I don't.
Let me address something really quick because your name is in the comment section. And she goes on to says, my husband is not supportive. And that's enough reason for me to divorce. I think that's her exact words. And definitely we put in the comment section for her that conversation and counseling can take care of that. But I want to add something to that because when you say your husband is not supportive, what could be happening, and I don't know because I haven't heard your story.
I would love for her to come up.
Him not being supportive could actually be him protecting you. Because supportive to me sounds like you want him to do what you want. You want him to support whatever it is you want to do. And maybe that thing you want to do may not be the best thing for you both. So just keep that in mind because first, in the beginning of everything, we need to self-reflect. So honestly, I'm serious too. Honestly and sincerely, think about self-reflection. Think about what you're asking for. Think about what that supportiveness means to you. And then start there. Think about it. Be honest about it. You're talking about a marriage. That's a real thing. And then from there, once you got a hold of really what's going on, then go to the counseling and to the conversation, or the conversation, then counseling, because we have to examine that. Marriage is real. So I just wanted to say that. But I do want you guys to answer my question, because my question was, well, let me say this before I go on. Trey, people are irresponsible, but like I've said millions of times, we do not have to constantly live in our dysfunction. At some point in time, we need to become wise and have knowledge of a better way to live, or a better way to conduct ourselves. There's no need to be irresponsible your whole entire life. There's no need for that. And if that means that I've drank 3 shots before and I know what 3 shots does for me, I need to understand at some rightful age that I only need 1 shot. And then let that be the case. Not everybody is irresponsible. Some people make mistakes, but not everybody is irresponsible. And wisdom comes with age most of the time, but not everybody that is of age is wise. But you should get some knowledge into who you are. That should be the case. And we don't always need to live in dysfunction. Why is dysfunction so acceptable? Is it because I'm grown? I'm grown and dysfunctional? Hey, I'm not. That's weird to me. But let's get back to this. If we're ready to, are we ready to get back to my question?
Yes. Yes.
Did somebody else say something that was off that we need to address, or somebody had a concern?
No,
I appreciate y'all concerns a lot. Go ahead, Dr. Steele. Or was that Black man?
Well, I was just going to say, when it comes to the kids, I understand that, all humans are irresponsible, but we got to get to a point where we protect our babies. I would never, ever put my kids in a situation where I think they wouldn't come out of. I would never put them in a situation, any other kids in situations, because we got to love all babies. I wouldn't put, if Dr. Steele was with me, I wouldn't put his kids in danger. Right? If I were in Walmart and something were to pop off, I'm not going to just grab my children. I'm going to grab as many kids as I can to try to put them into a safe place. This is just men. Some real men are just built different. I can't allow men around me to put their children in a bad way. And I can't do that either. My kids right now know, man, daddy will go into protective mode like this. I mean, it's very quick. Because you want to protect these babies. That's all I'm saying. Just don't. I wouldn't drink at all if I was with my kids. If I was a drinker, I would never do it.
So let's just examine this. Hey, Snuggles, how are you? Hadn't seen you in a while. Thank you for visiting SB Nation. And Snuggles has a question here. He says, "Isn't irresponsibility usually blamed on what you all call slavery?" So Trey, I'm going to leave that question to you. Is irresponsibility blamed on slavery? But before we give you that question, Trey, I want to say to Snuggles, irresponsibility has no color, or it has no, it's just a human thing. People tend to do that. It's a human thing, human race. It has nothing to do with slavery. And, slavery can come in all forms. We already know that too. But Trey, if you would like to answer that question, leave it me. Oh, okay. Trey don't want to answer. All right. Well, anyway, irresponsibility can be, we could put that on anybody. It's a human thing. It's actually just an excuse. So before we go on, Dr. Steele, did you have anything additional you wanted to add?
Yeah, a couple of things.
Sure.
You talk about if a man get a woman pregnant, he's gonna have to help take care of the kid. And that reminds me of what my dad told me as a teenager. He told me, if I get a girl pregnant, I'm going to have to help take care of that kid. And let me tell you, there are a lot of males talking about having sex. Me, because of what my dad told me, I was scared of it, actually. And what made me even more scared is seeing girls my age with baby bumps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have seen girls with baby bumps. So at that point, until I was 25, I was really scared to do it. I really was. Now, the thing I want to close with this, because of our God-given strength and everything that has been happening to men, we have to be very careful about how we use our attributes. We have to be very careful of how we act. And when it comes to dating, we have to be very careful of who we choose, because the woman we chose could be a Dominique. She could be very toxic. That's why vetting is very important. And also all through the relationship, you got to keep vetting, because you're always going to find out something. I end with that.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your support. And we appreciate you. And you have always said that your dad has always told you that if you get a girl pregnant, you're going to have to marry her. That's something you have said from the beginning. And not only that makes me understand now that I think that our women actually think that men today should have that same mindset, that same thought process to, if we lay down and you get me pregnant, or we get pregnant, whatever, you should be there to take care of that child, because I have to carry this child and I have to take care of it. And you're just as responsible. And that has been the way and the conditioning that throughout time, it's been that way. So I appreciate you for bringing that up, but we're going to move on into something else. And thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
So, I want to address something, because since Dr. Steele brought that up that way, and I said that I want to answer, but Sugar Bum said something in the comment section. I want to talk about this. And she says, men have collectively failed generations of women. And now the women are mad. I think she said that. Mad. The women have seen the light. Now, Sugar Bum, I don't know if you can do this really quick, but I want you to tell me how men have collectively failed generations of women. If you can put something in there really quick to get me towards the right direction. I want to know how men actually failed the women, if you can do that. And Black men, if you in some way understand or can agree or disagree with what she's saying, can help me out with that. How did the men collectively, not all, but how did women fail men? Excuse me, how did men fail women?
Yeah, she talked about, I think it was Sugar Mom. Shout out to Sugar Mom. I wish I knew when she was serious and when she was playing. I think that when she talked about, I think we fail. Well, if we're talking about men failing for generations, let's talk about that then, because what is a man to do?
I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. I want to know. I want to hear out of, because see, what I hear so much of is trolling. This, and this. Why a man can't do it? Why a man can't do it? I never get to the bottom of what is it that they didn't do? What is the expectation? Where did they drop us off at? Where did we fail? Where did they fail?
Right.
You know, I want to hear it.
Would love to have a conversation.
Wait a minute. Girl.
Oh,
she said that's easy. She said black men
I'm not
are
even going to entertain that.
Poverty. Wait a minute. Black men, don't say that, because we can't dismiss what someone's thought process may actually be. Now, you can actually fight it or give give documentation or stats to show that it's untrue, but don't dismiss it, because it could, in her mind, this may be actually the case. She's thinking this way, or people in her area, people who she's introduced herself to, whatever, that may be what she sees. I happen to think that could be true in some cases. That maybe some people only see, not talking about you, Sugar Bum, but there could be some people that only see living in the projects. And if that's all they see, but there's a question to that too, because
if you put a wall around people, and then you raise people mentally to be a certain way, and then you pass that unhealed and untapped trauma down from one person to another, and then that's when you come up with things like redlining. Listen, you can't show anybody anything different when you put everybody in one area and they see the same thing every day. That's why so many, athletes or successful businessmen said, listen, I'm so glad and thank God for my mentor who took me out the hood and took me to France on my high school trip, right? Or took me to Italy, or took me outside my hood and showed me something beautiful in Missouri, right? Show them that the other world exists, that there's more things to look forward to in the world, rather than seeing the same old homeless man every day asking for a quarter, the same woman struggling to get groceries, the same man that's on drugs, or the same single mom walking down the street with 4 kids. That's a repetitive thing every day in the hood. They're just in there stuck. It's like they're just in one area stuck, and you continue to see the same thing every day. You become what you're around. That's just biblical and common sense.
Okay, well, I'm gonna add another part to that, because there are real men and real fathers that live in the hood.
It is.
Not everybody is meant to be rich.
Right.
There are poor people in this world, and we actually need them. So just because a man is not making $100,000 a year, or even $50,000 a year, he could still be a God-fearing, stand-up father and husband, and head of his household, leader of his family, even a leader in the community, even if it's a set of apartments or whatever the project looked like to him. He could still be a man of integrity, loyalty, and a father to his kids. And we say it all the time. There are some success stories that come out of the hood. Not every man in the hood is a Broken Dusty or a Pookie and Ray Ray. There are some success stories that are in the hood. Now, Sugar Bum, I just gave you something that you never thought about. So if they're attached to poverty, there are some men that are supposed to lead poor individuals, or not everybody's supposed to be rich. If we're going to call them poor, the Bible calls them poor. But anyway, there's somebody, there's still good men there. That may not be what you're looking for and what you desire, but how is that letting someone down? That man deserved a wife, and he had one. That doesn't keep him from being a good father, nor a good husband. A good father, nor a good husband, nor a good leader of his community. That doesn't keep him from doing that just because he don't have any money, or lots of money, I should say. That doesn't go against what that doesn't go against what he was designed to do. It doesn't. Wes says SBU, she got bundles to buy. She don't care nothing about no God fearing. No, I mean, listen, Wes, I'm honestly trying to figure out because I hate conditioning. I would love for people to actually think on their own. Not even, you ain't got to even hear what I'm saying. I would love to prick your mind to actually give you something to think about. But when someone just keeps repeating everything someone else is saying and there's no evidence of it, or the evidence of it can be debunked, then it is what it is. Now, what do you have?
Right.
I'm still asking the question. There are some men that are meant to live in poverty per se in their project with their wives and with their children. Those people, whoever, whatever the situation, not everybody is meant to have money and to be rich. It's not.
Right.
We need every set black man to exist. We need everybody to exist. So now what?
The thing is, I shout out to my brother Trey and also to Easy Money Jones. He said black men typically are not able to live up to the patriarchal standard of men. You can't brag about being the most involved fathers, but cry about submission from women. The thing that makes me cringe the most is that all men's concerns are crying. And this is why most men are not vulnerable and they don't never open up or say anything. They just die. That's why they hold everything to themselves and they just croak over. That's why when you see married couples been married 25 years or 20 years, the husband's 45, the wife is 47. The wife looks like she's 33 and the husband looks like he's 74. It's because he carries everything on his shoulders. He carries the weight. He can't release any of that pressure because any of that pressure, he knows when he goes around that corner, Easy Money Jones is going to say, stop crying. Stop crying. Listen, you crying. Listen. When it comes to this whole submission thing, I don't even talk about it no more because, I'm a person who believes. And I believe that any man who finds a wife finds a good thing. And when he finds her, she's already built with submission. It's included. It's not something he has to earn. She's just the way she is. And so there's the whole submission thing. I go to the Bible with it real quick and I dismiss it completely.
So listen, T says, the word only tells you what it is, a project. Listen, I use project for an example, but I'm going to say low income. In where I live, we don't have any projects. We have low income though. We have low income, we have hoods, but it still apply. Whether you said the project that they created, I'm not sure what you mean by that, but we are supposed to have poor people. Not everybody is meant to be rich. A man is still a man when he doesn't have an overflowing amount of money. A man knows who he is, and you can't take that from him. And it has nothing to do with his monetary wealth. We have to understand that. We can't connect that. That doesn't make sense because anything can happen and a man can lose his money. Now, he may not be down for long, but we cannot tie monetary money to a man's being. A man still has to be a leader. He still has to take care of his family. He still has to go to work. He still has to be in authority. He still has been given dominion and he has to walk it out. There has to be men at all levels.
Right. And that's why I'm glad I'm able to talk to men, in spite of, the laughing, and we do a lot of that. But last Friday we had an opportunity to have a real conversation. And some of the men on the panel was very open about their lives and things that they've done in their lives and that they had to go and sit down and talk to somebody about, or even involve their wives. So if we're opening up to our wives, should we not do that either? Should we take that thing that we give our wives and that we open up to our wives and just keep that too? Right? Baby, I'm going to therapy. For what? I can't tell. I'm not telling you because, I'm too tough. I'm not going to tell you that. It's against the patriarchy for me to tell you why I'm going to therapy. It's against the patriarchy to tell you what I'm dealing with, what things the challenges that I deal with on a daily basis, mentally, physically, and spiritually. I can't open up to you because it's all about being a part of the patriarchy. And so I think we lose a lot. I think we lose a lot when we don't talk a lot. I think that in this day and time, you got to let people know where your head at, because a lot of people are right now mentally, people can't sustain like they used to. Granddaddy them did it, but right now people are going in Walmarts and just deleting people. People are going to their jobs, deleting people. People are road rage, coming from work, just chasing people, shooting out the window. People are crazy now. And I think people should have a vent. They should be able to vent and get those things off their head before it becomes a danger to everybody.
So listen, I think it was T again said, what do we do if we take money out of the equation? Let me say this to you. And then whenever I speak of married couples, married people. I do. And when I'm speaking of that, if a man has a helpmate, his wife, and he doesn't have a lot of money or whatever, or he loses his job, he doesn't have any money, you want him to still, that wife is there to help and to create, get rid of the void that he may have. She's there as his helper. So if she has to step up for a moment in order to continue on with their life, then that's what she has to do. We should a man's value should never be tied up into his money, because this is where you get this desperation from. This is where when the stock market crashed, you got people deleting themselves because they don't know how to even think of being without some money. See, when you make money your God, and when your God disappears, then there's nothing there for you. That's when you start deleting yourself. And you can't do that, because God is God without all of that. So money ain't a man's value. Absolutely not. Sugar Bum.
Absolutely not.
Wait a minute. Sugar Bum, don't play. I need you control in a minute, but I need you to be sincere right now. A man's value is not tied up in his money. It should not be. If it is, then he is in a not good place, because
world of trouble.
If the value of $1 continues to diminish and we have to go into survival mode, then you will have a man that will be a piece of man, because his mental stability will not be able to take survival. And we need to be able to take and handle survival. And survival may mean we don't have but $5 a day, and we got to make it work on $5 a day. And he needs that woman to support him, to let him know, babe, it's okay. You're doing and we're doing the best that we can right now, because all we got is $5 a day for whatever reason. Now, we've already experienced what would you call? Would you call COVID a famine? I know it's an epidemic.
Famine.
Would you call that famine, considering we didn't have we had a little bit of food, but we ain't had no toilet paper, we ain't had no water, we didn't have
Yeah, I call COVID a wake-up call.
A wake-up call. Okay.
You know why? So many people that thought they had it together, so many women that said, I'm independent, don't need a man, right? Or hiring people to go out and get their groceries, hiring people to go out and get their perishables, right? The whole world shut down. Can you imagine being in a house for 3 months or 2 months by yourself and hearing the doors and the floors creaking and nobody to hold you or protect you if somebody try to break in your house during COVID? Can you imagine it?
That's my point I'm trying to make, because that's the point I'm trying to make. Okay, so if that wasn't enough, just say something greater like that happens where there's less food. Because how much is a carton of eggs right now? Do you know?
About 10. It was high, but probably $8, $10 now.
You got to be kidding me, black man.
Yeah, about 10. It was $10.
Are you serious?
Yeah, when inflation hit.
So listen, this is what's just happened. If eggs indeed are $10 for a carton, for a dozen of eggs, right? And we only make it $30,000, we ain't got but $5 a day.
Yep.
We ain't got but $5.
Yep.
So what now? So okay, y'all got to understand this. We have to find value in something else to hold ourselves together, because money ain't it. Our money is devaluing every single day. I mean, they're telling you this on the news already. And let me tell you something else. Those of you that are blessed enough to have $250,000 plus in a bank, and they always telling you that it's insured or what have you. If several banks close down, do y'all know we're not going to get that money? Y'all realize that, right? Y'all realize we're not going to get that money.
Exactly. The world is shut down. And then you'll need big old country boys like myself and Mr. Boss to go out and delete that deer and cut them up, or go catch those fish and fillet them and get you a nice little fire and cook it for you. Because I guarantee you, all the women who are complaining and a whole bunch of these men who sit behind a computer every day does not know how to fish, don't know how to hunt deer, don't know how to hunt rabbits, squirrel, nothing. They're sitting at home doing nothing. And right now, I guarantee you, when if the money were to disappear today, all the alphas would stand out. And you would be like, damn, those are the men who getting those deer and the fish and those rabbits and squirrels every day. Honey, why you not out there? Baby, I ain't never learned that. Where my PlayStation stick at?
Okay, listen, Trey said that's not how it works. Trey, tell me how it works. All I know is I got $250,000. They say that it's insured. So if the bank closes down, they're guaranteeing me $250,000. If I got anything above that, tell me what happens with that. Tell me how it works, Trey. I don't know. I do real estate, but I'm not into the federal. I know the insurance companies fund mortgages, but tell me what happens with my money if all these banks go bankrupt. Just tell me. I need to know. We enlighten all of us, Trey. We want to know. There may be some people that do know, but I would love to know, Trey. So tell me about it.
Yeah, I think he's coming up. But I want to address what he said about the whole egg thing. Yeah, when eggs was like you couldn't get none. Oh, that was $10, bro. They was $10. I left them right there on the shelf.
Listen,
but now they've gone down now, but they were $10.
They would say, let's say, if you do what eggs do to your body, you would be talking about eggs. I've got a great solution.
I don't eat them.
Listen,
I don't eat them.
I don't buy eggs either, but I just wondered. The whole point of the thing is that the value of our dollar is very much decreasing, and the fact that we look towards men just for the amount of money that they can make is not a good solution. And then for men to only have value or think their value is in their money, that's not a good thing either. We need to have morals. We need to have, you need to, for your wife. Now, this is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about in marriage. We need to love each other. Your husband needs to be a person of good standing, good moral standing, some type of principles. We got to be able to, there's got to be more to it than just money. It can't be that, y'all. It can't be. Lost in translation. How you doing tonight? But black man, so I hope Trey is coming up because I would love for him to understand the way the Federal Reserve works. That would be good. Now he says, Lost in Translation says, our opinion of men, the protectors, is an all-time low. I'm still waiting on Sugar Bum to tell me how men actually failed the women. We've already I've debunked the money because they're supposed to be poor. You got middle class, you got average or upper class or whatever, and you got high earners or whatever. There's different classes of people. I want to know who was failed and how it happened, or tell us, because we need to correct these issues if there are really issues. Now, Sugar Bum, if you're just repeating something somebody told you, you can tell me that also. But I'm serious right now because I don't believe it. You said collectively. Now, I do know that a lot of times women hold on to the fact that this man cheated, that man cheated. If that's where you're going, please tell me that's where you're going. If you feel like men failed you because they cheated or because they are getting women pregnant and not marrying him, let us know, because that was my question initially. Is it still conditioned for women to think that if a man gets her pregnant, he should automatically marry her? Is that what we're thinking? Well, the unemployment rates back up what I'm saying. What do you mean? How is that failing you if you're not how does that fail you? What you mean, men being unemployed? Not every man should be subject to the unemployment rate. There are a lot of plumbers out there, electricians out there, security firm owners. There are a lot of truck drivers out there that may have their own businesses and all of that. What are you saying? What are you saying? Men don't have enough money to have a woman? How did that fail you? And if that's the case, why are you not willing to marry a man and y'all become one together and y'all have money together, since women are winning in that case, if that's what you're saying also? I don't know. I'm not sure if that's what you're saying, Sugar Bomb.
Yeah, Sugar Bomb said, I'll read it because I like Sugar Bomb. Sugar Bomb says the men are liars, cheaters, unemployed, broke, can't keep a wife, got kids everywhere, unwed. Can I address this first, or would you like to?
Well, the first thing I want to say is I'm gonna do what y'all do. Sugar Bum, huh?
I'll tell Mr. Moss to check the back check real quick.
Okay, Sugar Bum, this may all be true, but you got to reverse that, and everything you just said right there also applies to a woman. Everything you said, if a man can't keep a wife, then that means that wife can't keep a husband. If a man is telling a lie, that means a woman will tell a lie. If a man is cheating, that means he's cheating with another woman. So what are you saying? We got a people problem. People are just classless now. They are lacking morals. They don't care about being decent. They're out of order, but it applies to all of us. It doesn't apply to just one gender. Everything you said takes two. There was not one thing you listed that just a man alone would do. Making babies. The woman had sex with him. She didn't preserve herself. cheating. He cheated with a woman. Unemployed. Do you not know how many unemployment claims I fight per year? I'm not giving nobody no unemployment. Me and Mr. Boss have an excellent company, right? And we love our work, our employees, right? So if you leave us, you get nothing. I'm going to fight every unemployment claim there is. And if you get in trouble because you lied, then you get in trouble because you lied. And I need to let some other people know this, because maybe some people don't know. Unemployment is something that business owners pay into. We pay for that. We have a rate that we have to pay per employee. And sometimes they use the money. Sometimes we use the money to pay them their unemployment. And sometimes we don't. If you don't use the money, sometimes you get a check. Sometimes we get a check. Because I'm telling y'all, I fight unemployment. I'm not giving away no money, because why would I give you money when you can have a job? I'm not doing it. I fight it. So to all my past employees, SB will be fighting your unemployment claims. During COVID, I was fighting them left and right, and folks out there was lying left and right. Y'all, it was about 20 employees. I got these notices, these unemployment notices. These people ain't even work for us. They didn't even work for us. I'm down with the unemployment office. They done already told me, if you get one of these letters, call these people and offer them a job. They tell you no, boom, denied. So guess what? We also have the answer. So look, call them when you get the notice. Call them up. Hey, I got a position for you. Would you like to come in back and work for us? Let them tell you no. Tell them to tell you no. As soon as they tell you no, all I gotta do is go into the hotline. Denied. Because this whole thing is about people working and making money for themselves. It's not about them going into my unemployment stash and getting free money. So that is what I do. So anybody who works for SB, understand this. No unemployment. I'm just kidding, y'all.
Also, real quick, SB, it's also about these guys paying taxes. The government want their money. They can't get their money if you're not working.
Look,
that's a part of it too.
Listen, let me tell you something. This is kind of off, but I got to tell you something, Trey, because you said this. When we first started business, right, I had no idea, and I don't think people understand, but I had no idea how many taxes a business owner, let me say it right, we have a corporation, we have an S Corp. I had no idea how many taxes that we had to pay. Y'all just don't understand how many taxes we have to pay. You have no idea. Y'all will be crazy. Y'all don't even, I didn't know, but now I know. And every time somebody trying to attack any kind of tax that I have or anything, I fight it. I'm not giving up nothing, because when we don't use our unemployment money, we do get checks back. When oh God, y'all. And every time the rate change, y'all, they take out more money from us. You got insurance. Y'all just don't understand. Y'all don't understand. Y'all don't understand.
One of my favorite things to do to a woman, when she says I own a business, I always say, well, how are you taxed? And it gets real quiet. The conversation is over because they can't explain it, because it's quite confusing. If you're an S Corp, if you're a sole proprietor, it can get confusing if you don't bring in and then most businesses actually have a tax official, like somebody who will tell you, listen, do this so we can lower your taxes. You can buy this so we can lower your taxes. They have an actual tax professional. I'm not talking about a tax preparer, a tax professional who can work with your company and tell you, look, these are the things to do to save money. If you were to get this, if you were to hire this many people, if you were to buy this equipment, these types of things. People don't really know what goes into a business and what you guys actually really go through.
So listen, we don't have a tax. We have a tax preparer, of course, but we have a payroll service. Our payroll service does all that for us, but I know exactly what you're talking about. Listen, Trey, I didn't know. I'm telling y'all to be a bit. I can't even tell y'all how much we pay right now just to be in business. You would be so surprised. You'd be so surprised. But when it works and it runs right and you get used to people taking all your money, then you get used to it. You become all right. But let me do these super chats before we continue to go on. Listen, guys, we just went off key a little bit, but we're back. But Big Ant, thank you so much for your $10 super chat. He says, have I really failed you, or did I realize that you are not who you say you are, and I made a choice not to deal with you and your incomplete life foundation?
Damn.
Big Ant, did you have to put every letter in capitalization? I mean, did you have to capitalize everything? I mean, dang. You hurt me with that. Omega Dress Gaming Channel. Hello, sir. How are you? The money is dead. Written and yet God to women. Oh, God, we gotta. That's why I want to know, Omega Dress. I need to know this to women. So in debt, they trusted. Listen, I really want to know, because this to me, I think is just some talking points. I really want to know if a woman, Anissa, I saw you here in the comment section. You know, you're normally very sincere with me. Anissa, if you feel as though men have failed women, please give me an honest answer, or either definitely come up and let us know honestly how you would say that men failed women. I really want to get to the bottom of it, or if there's some things that we need to fix. Now, listen, I know everybody ain't perfect. There's good people and bad people. There are broke people and people that have money. It's all different type of people. There are good people, evil people. There are people with integrity. There are people that lack integrity, responsible people. We know that not everybody is a winner, but I want to know, when you say men have collectively failed generations of women, and that was what Sugar Bum said. I need to know. I need a handle on what exactly the men did wrong. I would love for you to do that, Anissa, if you can. Trey, go ahead, sir.
What were we talking? I'm sorry. Something specific? Or you want me to talk about the Federal Reserve?
No, yeah. My question, yeah. Federal Reserve. Tell me. Okay, let's do this. If I have over $250,000, say I have $500,000 in the bank, and my bank declared bankruptcy. You know, several banks have closed down. I do know that there's 250,000 that they said is federally insured. That tells me that, okay, I'm going to get that amount. Now, I'm not going to talk to you about the amount over the 250 yet, but
you're going to get that back too.
Wait a minute though. But my question to you is, if several institutions do this and everybody is claiming these insurance policies to the Federal Reserve all at once, millions of us, tell me, how do I get my money?
You get your money because they print $60 million a minute.
Okay.
So considering that the dollar isn't actually backed by anything,
correct.
President Nixon took us off the gold standard in 1970.
Right.
They can legitimately just write money. They can just print money.
I got
you. So yeah, it may take a while. It may take you a few months, but you'll get your money. You'll even actually get over the $250,000, because for those people who don't know, even though the FDIC does insure up to $250,000, if you have more than $250,000, there are networks in which your money can be insured over $250,000. A lot of people don't know that. You would actually have to have it in the bank account. But trust me, they call you and say, hey, your account is over $250,000. Would you be interested in these other types of insurance outside of the FDIC? And then what that does is they take the money that's over the $250,000 and they put it into other banks. So a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people don't know that. You would have to actually, like, if you actually do it, they will take the money, they would take whatever. So say you had $500,000. They would take the $250,000, they may break it down into $50,000 blocks, and they would put it into 5 different other banks that would get you still, so you would still be FDIC insured. It just wouldn't be with that one particular bank.
Right.
Listen, the American economy is designed not to fail. They have made it that way on purpose. If you take a look at the banks here lately, remember all these banks was crashing and all that stuff? Nobody lost their money. Well, why is that? Because they're just going to print more money. That's all they're going to do. Remember, it's not backed by anything. Normally, like if I wanted to give you $1 million, SB, I can give you $1 million in notes, but I would also have to give you $1 million in gold too, right? It's got to be backed by something. Those days are long, long gone. So I could literally just cash out you $1 million. It's almost like digital currency now. It's just gone.
It is digital.
It's just in the air now. Yeah,
it is.
In the air now.
It is.
That's all I'm saying. Everybody would get their money back. I don't know how long it would take, and I don't know the priority of who would get theirs first. I don't know how they would do that. I have a thought process. There's a certain group of people that would get their money first before everybody else. I'm gonna leave that alone. I can't say who they are on here, but I have a feeling that they would get theirs first. But you would get your money somewhere down the line.
Well, listen, I do know that over 100,000. You have different accounts. They call your accounts different, which they are insured plus insured too. You kind of get what I'm saying? So I do know that part, but I didn't know about them putting it in different banks. So I don't know where that came in. But
it's called IFB or IB. It's called something. It's an actual name for it. I didn't know it either. And somebody told me. And I said, oh, that's because I always want to say, why would I say it for a guy who has $10 million in cash?
Right.
You know how many bank accounts he would have to get? And he would have to go to a separate bank for each. That's insane.
Right. I don't know about that, but I'm glad you mentioned it. That might be, I might have to read up on it or something. But once I get that type of money, y'all know. But anyway, I do know that we basically did digital currency, but I just didn't know how they would handle that, because even with that, the dollar is diminishing. You know, we don't have a lot. It's not worth what we started. So it's still like, okay, I'm losing. But my whole point was that we can't put all our value in the money, because I don't know which way this money is going. For me, I like to have, I ain't gonna tell my business, but anyway, we're done with the money talk. We back to the foolishness talk. Trey, I'm gonna ask you. You a man, you ain't gonna know, but I'm gonna ask you anyway. Trey, do you think that women today still anticipate, like if a man and a woman were in a relationship and she got pregnant and he did not want kids, do you think that it's still her expectation that he should marry her like we did in the past, or like men did in the past?
Yeesh. No, I don't think. No, in 2023, no, I don't think so. Do I think it's probably the best? It's probably the best outcome is for them to get married, and it's probably what's best for the kids. Yes, I do believe that, but I don't believe that should be the expectation. No, I think, and I had this conversation earlier. Us men, we gotta start being a little bit more selfish with our seed and stop impregnating women if you don't want to have kids. I had a long conversation about, condoms. Like, I guess men just don't want to wear them, I guess.
Oh my God, are you serious right now?
And women don't want you to wear them, but I've always looked at it like I'm in control. I have the seed inside of me, so therefore I make the decision on who gets it. I don't just give it out to everybody.
What she say to you, Trey? What she say to you, Trey? What you putting that on for?
Yeah. Black man, she asked me, what you doing?
Oh, wait a minute.
What you doing? What you putting that on for? I said,
but don't that put fear in your heart when a woman says that ain't your wife?
I was terrified, and I got up out of there, SB.
There you go. You better run. Because listen, the last woman I imagine saying that, she said, yeah, I'm sick, and your wife's sick, and you sick too. All y'all got HIV.
Oh, Lord. Oh, yeah. Somebody gotta die today.
Black man, I'm not lying. She's on a TikTok video.
I went to church service.
She named all of them. She said, just like me. So I'm saying, listen, I'm not trying to put no fear in nobody, but this lady, she said it. And I need to get that video. Next time I come across it, I'm going to bring it back.
But SB, maybe the fear is good. Maybe that's what we're missing. Maybe our society needs to be more scared. Because apparently right now, everybody's reckless out here having babies, not get, passing around STIs and STDs. Maybe we're not scared enough.
Okay, then if that's the case, okay, Trey, thank you for saying that. You're not scared enough because there's no fear of God there. We have moved so far away from being so far away from God. It's just like he don't even exist anymore. There's no reverence or anything. We're just living and then we're going to be done. So let me say this. If that's the case, then I need for my ladies to tell me, Anissa, if you're telling me something, I'll read it in just a second. I need for my ladies to tell me, how did the men fail them? If they did not fail them on the condom wearing and having babies, we already debunked the money situation. How did the men fail the women? Sugar Bum, how did men fail women over generations? You said collectively, men have collectively failed generations of women. Tell me how. Can't be money, because there's going to be poor people, middle class people, rich people. That was designed this way. It's going to be that way. Everybody can't be rich. Done. But there are still men that are lower income, that take care of their families, that have good wives, that, mechanics, they drive trucks, they do whatever they do. They make sure their family eats. They make sure there's a roof over their head, but they just don't have a lot of money. They're still good men. They're still an authority. They still raise good kids. Sometimes the kids are very productive. They go on to be doctors, nurses, whatever they want to be. So we can't hold that against a man because he doesn't have lots of money. So then if you can't say that, now what's next? What's next? If we're telling men to take the condom off, we can't say, I'm mad at you because you left because I got pregnant, because I told them not to wear a condom. So we can't say that either. So what's left? What did these men do? Sherelle, tell me Sherelle, help me out. What did the men do collectively? How did they collectively fail the generations of women? What they do, Sherelle?
We're not getting no answer on that. For some
Somebody
reason.
better tell me something. If not, we're gonna be kumbaya over here at SB Nation. We're gonna be loving each other. We're gonna be getting married. Trey ain't gonna be running away. He ain't gonna be irresponsible no more.
Hey, Sugar Bomb, hold on, let me address this real quick. I gotta go down joke lane here. Sugar Bomb said white men ain't failed. No, they haven't, because they got good jobs. So when you mess up, they put you in an oil barrel and put you on the back of the truck with the rest of the toxic waste, and nobody ever sees you again. I mean, let's just be real. This is what they do to you. Oh, you want to go look? Let's go whale watching. So, oh, look at the whale. Next thing you know, you're in a blue barrel. I mean, it is what it is. Let's just talk about it.
That is true. You and the kids, they put
both of you. Bye.
Yeah, and then they have to drain all the oil out to get the kids out. That's a true story.
Yeah,
that was a true story. But we're not talking about that though. I'm serious. Easy money. You got some answer. How many black men die? And wait a minute. I can't see it moved around on me.
How many black men die and we have to have a GoFundMe to bury them? How many black men refuse to marry their women because of the government, but don't make them a beneficiary on the life insurance?
Okay. Let's speak to this. How long has GoFundMe been around, y'all? Come on, give me some.
10 years.
GoFundMe been 10 years?
Has it been 10 years? I think. Let me see.
That long? Okay, let's just give it 10 years, black man. Okay, so Sugar Bum says men have collectively failed generations of women. So that would be decades before. So guess what?
13 years, by the way.
13 years.
13 years. We just over a decade old. So wow. Sugar Bum is saying back in the Gen X time and the boomers time, men have collectively failed women. So easy, we can't use that part. But let's go to the other part. And I got to tell you something truthfully. One thing I know about black people, we get insurance policies.
You ain't lying.
If we don't pay our light bill, we're going to pay the spread man for the insurance policy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, SB. I think grandmas get insurance policies.
Well, somebody get them for you, Trey.
These young people, listen, when I used to have to work these homicides,
nobody had no insurance.
They ain't had no insurance.
Their mamas didn't have none either?
Nope, mamas didn't have it. Grandmama might have one on them though.
Yeah, all my kids, wife, everybody.
Because that's her lotto.
Keep all that money.
That's her lotto and casino money.
Okay, so can we get that one? Can we get that one to the easy? Can we get that one to easy? Oh, wait a minute. Man collectively failed women by forsaking the Heavenly Father. Oh
boy.
So Jojo, you walking heavy. The men who do follow the Heavenly Father leadership always are great husbands with great wives. You're absolutely right.
Hey, it's a part 2 to that.
So wait a minute. Well, black men, we gotta be honest. We gotta be honest with it, because remember,
I don't disagree with him.
Okay, so what's the second part to it? I'm gonna let you go ahead and put it out there.
The second part is, if we go back to the whole Adam and Eve thing, she was sitting right there with the devil, and right, eating a forbidden fruit, and Adam was sitting his ass right on the other side. Right. I think that when men stop covering their women, or men have gotten complacent and conformed to what women want, this is where the problem is, right? When she come out the house and she got her breast out and her butt out, and you don't say nothing because you scared she gonna hold sex from you, or she go outside and she talking stupid and wild mouth and trying to fight men and being aggressive, acting masculine. You don't say nothing because you don't want to walk on eggshells in your own house. It ain't none of my business. I'm just gonna let her do what she do.
Slow down.
That's what it is.
Okay, so let's slow down with that, black man. I like that. Let's go back now. She says men have collectively failed generations of women. So you're saying, Sugar Bum, and I think black men and Trey are in agreement with it, and JoJo brought it to men are not leaders. Okay, so what JoJo has said and what Sugar Bum is saying, and I think what black man is alluding to, is that the leadership of black men has left the building. Would y'all agree with that?
Exactly.
Okay, so black man, did you hear what you just said?
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying that the leadership has left the building due to the women? Complete my sentence.
Due to the women saying, listen, I'm going to do what I want to do, or you can get your shit and get out.
Okay, wait a minute though. That means it already was gone, because if a woman can tell you to get out your own house, we already had a problem.
Well, we had a story 2 weeks ago on this lovely show where remember the story where the man took care of the woman, paid for her college and everything. And when she got what she wanted from him, she divorced him. Remember that story we had 2 weeks ago on this show?
I don't know. I don't know about that story, but let me tell you what I remember. I remember telling you, and I'm telling every man, if a woman ever tell you to get out your house, you look at her dead in her face and say, I ain't going nowhere. We're going to work this ish out.
But that's a problem, SB. The men aren't saying that.
That's
No,
what
They just pack up and they go.
Yep,
okay,
exactly.
okay, but that's what this. See, I'm glad we're here. Thank you, Sugar Bomb. Thanks, JoJo. That's where we at. Because I said, I'm telling the men that if a woman come to you and tell you to get out your house, you need to look her dead in her face and say, I'm not going anywhere. We're going to work this ish out. Now, if you choose to walk away, what you just said is you got another woman over there on the corner. Because what is you walking away for if you don't have another one? This Sugar Bomb and JoJo could be the issue. If you look a woman dead in her face and you tell her, I'm not going anywhere. We're going to work this ish out. This is my house too. Now what? Now what? Now we're going to be forced to deal with each other's lack of leadership, rebellion with my short skirt, Eve syndrome, Adam passiveness. We're going to deal with it in this house under this roof. Now what? So are you saying that because some men along the way, and I don't believe this, didn't deal with it, this is why Sugar Bum can say men collectively fail generations of women? Is a man supposed to have to fight with his woman when it comes to time for getting out the house? Is this supposed to be a weekly occurrence? Should it be a monthly occurrence? Does it have to? Do we have to go there?
Well. Again, going back to the good book, if you go to read the entire book of Proverbs, it talks about this type of woman. When it says it is better for a man to sleep on the roof of his house in the corner of it than to sleep in the house with a quarrelsome and quarrelsome woman, a woman who wants to argue and complain all the time. In 2023, that verse would say it is better for you to go somewhere else and do something else rather than sit in the house with that crazy mother. You see what I'm saying? So No, but I'm not agreeing with that. What I'm saying is that men have gotten to a point where they say, you know what? Men used to put their fist on the table and say, this is my house. You're my wife. These are my children. And I'll be damned if we're going to break this family up. Now you got women saying, I don't need you because tomorrow morning I can go get some money. Matter of fact, I can feed these kids. I can get housing. I can get everything that's offered to me. Nigga, I don't need you. I can leave right now. You can have this house. You can pay all these bills. Nigga, I'm gone. And you put your hands on me, I'm gonna call Trey them down to the police department.
Absolutely. No, I'm just kidding. But listen, Trey, Cheeky said we throwing them out physically. If a woman leaves you, and if that's the actual case, Sugar Bum, then the women have collectively failed men for generations. If the woman leaves, the woman has collectively failed the generation of men. Because
if the woman leaves, she did you a favor.
No, she failed you. No, it's not that simple. We're talking about married folks. We're talking about being so far out of order. We don't even know what order looks like. I'm trying to honestly put some order back into this situation. If a woman tells a man, listen to what I'm saying. If a woman tells a man to leave his house, he needs to say, no, I'm not going anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
This needs to be sincere. I'm not going anywhere. That's when ish get real, and they need to look at each other and put all that anger and that junk aside, all that ego. I'm gonna do a whole show on ego. Y'all, I'm praying about it right now. Y'all gonna love me afterwards because it's gonna bless a whole lot of people. Thank you.
SB, it's too much soy in the food. We don't have enough testosterone anymore. We don't have enough men. I'm serious. I mean this seriously.
I don't care.
We don't have enough men being men anymore.
Nope. It doesn't matter.
That to me includes that when it's time to fight for your family.
But listen, if you're not wanting to be a man, which you don't want to be that man that stands up for your family, that's okay. Don't have one. I'm not trying to put nothing on you that you didn't already sign up for. I'm talking about the ones that signed up for. This young lady who is less than 30 years old, I'm assuming Sugar Bum is less than 30, has said out of her own typing fingers that men have collectively failed generations of women. I want to know, what did the men do to fail their women? And if it was because they left the household, that is a good place to start. Now, if the woman left the household, and y'all do not put that percentage, 80% of the women have filed for divorce. I don't want to see that, because we very well know that if a man or whomever is not happy or is not being treated well, any one of them will leave the house. And what I do know is men are not the first ones to go down there and file for divorce. Y'all already know that. I know men right now living with a woman got a girlfriend, been living with her 20 years and still got his first wife. Men don't care nothing about divorce in a lot of times. And that could be for several different, it could be for pension, could be for Social Security, could be for IRAs, it could be for kids or whatever the situation will be. And then another thing with that is men don't have to go file for divorce because women, we will accept men with all that junk. So what I'm going to take a break here and tell my ladies, please raise your standards, elevate yourself, preserve yourself, and stop accepting the junk because
men like me gonna give you the junk.
See, Trey gonna give you the junk, but you need to
give you exactly what you asked for.
Cut the junk off at the knee, and if he is a man that can walk in without his legs, then he's the one. But cut the junk off at the knee. Don't accept this. There are men out here that have a wife and a girlfriend 20 plus years, and it's like, okay, what? It's not okay. This is not okay. Why do we live like this? So my point I'm trying to make is I'm still trying to figure out, JoJo, you was good. Sugar Bum, I think we're on to something. These young men here have said that men have failed women because the men, and I'm not, are y'all saying the men actually left?
Well, I saw somebody put that there. I was going to address that. When men abandon this was DB at 9:14 p.m., 10:14 p.m. your time, Mr. Boss. When men abandon their families, y'all still blame women. No, we're not blaming the women because men. That's a myth. Because if you go back to those days that you're talking about, men had a standard. Men had their homes. They ran their house, right? And so men, that's a myth that men would just, you wake up in the morning and be like, hey, where Earl Jr. at? Damn, he gone. That's a myth. That men were just abandoning their families. Now, has it happened? Yes. But as a majority of things, no. There's good. That's what we don't understand. There's good and bad and everything. And we need to start putting a number on it. What's the percentage of men back in that day who could afford to leave their houses after they worked all week and made $1.50? Who could afford to leave their houses and abandon their families?
I want to know.
When they took the woman to churn the butter and the kids to plow the field to get you something to eat, who abandoning that? Let's stop it, guys.
SB, I wanted to say this real quick. When I used to go to these family disturbances, I would tell these married men, because they would say, the women would say, he need to leave. He got to get out. And I would tell the men, you don't have to leave. I would tell them straight. I was like, you don't have to leave. He said, nah, y'all just going to put me out. I said, we can't put you out. This is your house. You live here. We can't put you out. There's no crime that's been committed. You guys just got into an argument. We can't put you out. So if you're leaving, it's because you're choosing to leave. It's not because we're putting you out. I want to make that, and I used to try to make that abundantly clear. We are not putting you out. And the men, guess what they would do? Every single time, it's nah, I'll just go. And it's just like, okay, but nobody's making you leave. This is your home. You have every right to be here. Exactly. And you and her can sit down. Y'all can have a conversation. Heck, I'll stay and we can facilitate the conversation. I'll just stand here to make sure it doesn't get crazy, but the two of y'all can talk. Nah, I'm just going to go. Okay.
And what happened to the accountability? You remember back in the day, I've heard it before. I remember when my aunt got married and I was a little nosy kid under the table listening to all the conversations. And I remember my aunt said, I'm leaving that bastard. I don't want to be with him no more. All he going to get from me is divorce papers. And I remember my grandmother said this to my aunt. She said, baby, going back. She said, I'm staying here till I can find better. My grandma said, get up, get your stuff, go back down to your house with your husband, and you work that out with your husband, because ain't nothing that big for you to be down here in my face and you're not down there talking to your husband. You don't have that accountability no more. Now what you have is, girl, he did that. Clean his bank account out, girl. Let's go on a girl's trip. You don't need that nigga. That's what you got right now. That's what you got right now. Encouraging her.
Wait a minute, y'all. Wait a minute. Hold on for a minute. D-Town, please come on up and tell us what you have to say, sir. Thank you so much for being here. But listen, y'all, we're going way too fast because Black Man, she said men have. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, hold on one second. She says men have collectively failed generations. We can't talk about today. Today, this is the fallout of the failing.
Right, what went down. See, this is what I'm trying to tell you. See, okay, I'm sure I'm younger than all y'all, and I love.
Wait a minute, I can't tell because I can't see your face.
Well, I'm in this truck, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. So I can't see your face in the truck, D-Town. There you go. I see you there. Go ahead.
How y'all doing? Y'all doing all right, man?
We're doing good.
But look, check this out, y'all. I heard everything y'all saying, and I heard y'all saying like, y'all, back in the day, the man used to, put his foot down and, but bro, we don't have those generation of women no more. OGs, we don't. It's not. You have to have somebody to cooperate too, and we talking about human beings here.
I
Now,
agree.
now, back in the day, yeah, and you just said it, OG. Mimo said, "What, girl? Get out my face. Go back to your man. Whoop de whoop de woo."
Yep.
That ain't it no more. We got TikTok. Okay, you get what I'm saying? And I be damn if I sit here and be like, nah, little homie, fight for your family, whoop de woo. When this person don't give a damn about the family, nah, bro. Little homies
Okay, so
now.
wait a minute,
Let me
D-Town.
just
I
say
think
this,
you
man.
wait a
Little
minute,
homies
D-Town.
now, they're choosing way more wisely. It's like, okay, I'd rather just not get married anyways. I'm getting the box. Yeah, that was the main purpose back in the day. When we talking about Papa, when my Papa met my Mimo, she was a virgin, bro.
But listen, that's not the case. But listen, I think you
Just
heard
like
it
you.
wrong.
You get what I'm
But,
saying? And
but you heard it wrong. D-Town, you heard it wrong. Listen, I said I want men to tell a woman, I am not leaving my house. We gonna work this out. The men said that the men are leaving the home because they ain't wanting to work it out. You heard it backwards. I said they need to put their foot down.
that's cool. And what I'm saying is, yes, that in the ideal world, yeah. Nah, woman, I love you, woman. Nah, you don't need to go nowhere. Yeah, that's the movies we grew up in. But
No,
it's
it
a whole
ain't gotta be
different.
like
It's a
that.
whole different now, bro.
Why is
Bro,
it different? Why is it different? Are you different?
because these women are just.
No. I'm not dealing with the women. I'm dealing with D-Town. Are you
Hey,
different? Or can you
if my
not be
woman
that?
ever tell me that, bro, we done.
Tell you what,
You need to leave.
if your woman ever tell you to leave your house, you're done.
Yeah, we gotta move around.
Listen,
You wait a
my
minute,
ex
you would
told me
get
to leave,
married
and I
to a
said I'm
woman.
not
Wait a
going
minute,
anywhere.
Trey. Wait a minute, Trey. D-Town. You would marry a woman. I don't know if you're married or not. Are you married?
Yeah, I just
Okay.
got married. Actually.
You just got married. You and your wife are building together. You putting in this, you mowing grass, she doing this, and she hanging curtains. Y'all doing all these things. Y'all building a foundation for life. She comes in, y'all have a nasty argument because something happened. It got to be something big. It ain't gonna be nothing small. It got to be something big because she building with you. Y'all loving on each other, whatever. Something happened. She gets so mad at you. She say, you need to leave. Or it's y'all arguing and fussing and you don't want to fight her, she don't want to fight you, whatever. You like, you need to leave. And you telling me because she said those words, you gonna divorce your wife?
Yeah, she don't want to be with me no more.
What?
Yeah.
Why did you get married?
Why would she get married to me and tell me she gonna leave?
No. I can't let you answer for her. I need for you to answer for D-Town. Why did you get married? Because that's not what marriage is about. Your wife ain't perfect, and you not either.
I
Y'all gonna
understand
have
that,
a bunch of
but you gotta understand this too, OG. Well,
yeah, no,
boss
go
lady.
ahead.
I'm gonna call you boss lady. You know what I'm saying? You gotta understand this too, boss lady. I wouldn't even tell my woman no stuff like that, bro. You don't think I get mad and I want to say, bitch, you get on my fucking nerves, get out my fucking face, get out my house. You don't think I want to say that to her?
Absolutely, you
But
do.
the thing is, I don't say those things because it's like, when you say you don't say words that you don't mean. I
Absolutely.
take that to heart. So why is she saying the same thing to me? I don't play them games like
I'm
that.
gonna tell you why. It's not
You
a game.
playing
I'm gonna tell you
games to
why.
me.
I hope it never ever happens, but let's be sincere about it. You are mature. You are socially mature. You are a socially mature man that knows that words mean things and they're very powerful. Not all women, and I'm not saying yours isn't. She may have it together too, but not all women and not all men do that because sometimes in relationships, either party just wants to win. So the quicker I break you down, the quicker I end this fight. So if I say something that's cutting to you, I might say something to you like, you giving me bitch vibes, or you acting like a bitch. Then I turn around and tell you you're not a bitch. I didn't say you were a bitch. You was trying to cut her down and you was trying to win. If you're not socially mature yet, those are the games that you will play or she will play. But you're telling me I got it together in this area. And I hope and pray that you do. I do.
Yeah, I don't
And I
do
hope
that.
and
I
pray
don't
that
play
she
them
does
games
too.
like that.
And I agree with you. But
That's
what
me.
I'm
I got a
saying to
question.
you, wait a minute, hold on. What I'm saying
What's
to
up,
you
Trey?
is
Talk to me.
in relationship, women and men in a marriage relationship, y'all are there to make each other better, but that's going to be the relationship that you become the most vulnerable person in. She going to know everything about you and you're going to know everything about you. It's going to be layers just peeled off weekly, layers coming off. And she going to know every insecurity you got, and you going to know every insecurity she has. And it may come a day where either one of you foul. And leaving is not the answers, because you're going to already know that she foul, but this is the best thing I ever had because this is my wife. I chose her. You're going to know that, but we messed up. That's all I'm saying.
I hear you, boss lady. I hear you, man.
I'm telling you,
I don't play them crackhead. I call them crackhead games. I don't play them crackhead games.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Trey, talk to me.
Because I feel like I'm defending marriage here, which is a little rare. It's a little rare for me. Okay, but I do have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Trey.
What exactly?
Right. Now, yeah.
Come on, Mr. Boss. Come on.
You know how I go over here, Trey.
I do have a serious question.
Okay, serious.
If that little, and I would call that a disagreement, right? That little disagreement is enough to end your marriage. What was the point of the vows? Why are we taking these vows? And these vows are supposed to mean something. If something as simple as, some words,
look, let me say
she
this.
probably didn't even mean it. She's probably upset or angry. Why is that enough to end something that you stood in front of people?
Yeah, I ain't gonna divorce and shit, but I don't play them games, bro. Like I don't play them games, Trey. Y'all might play that shit, but I don't play them games, bro. Cause just like it say, shit, you don't think I get tired of fucking on the same pussy?
D-Town, I know she do.
But if I say that type of shit, boss lady, then in the argument, I can just I was just an argument. Nah, bro, that's gonna feel some type of way.
But it is. But what I'm saying to you is we fall off. There could be one day you're not connecting right. But guess what? Guess what?
Say something like that, you need to say, baby, I'm at 25% right now. I don't even want to talk about it.
You know what?
And that's cool. Yeah, come on now.
If you can have that.
I actually agree with that detail.
I do too.
That's a part of communication.
I agree.
Because look, I got kids and everything. And I work 12, 11 hours, 12 hours. I be trying to get it in, but when I get home, I see it on my baby girl face that she want me to take over for the kids. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
I don't walk in that house saying, God damn, I gotta do this, woo. Like I don't do that. I don't, bro. So that's why I'm trying to figure out why women just can't just suck it up and just be like, I just gotta get it done.
No,
because they never had to, D-Town. They never had to.
That's not true, Trey. That's not true. I'm going with D-Town.
But don't get me wrong. Look, I got to love
D-Town. I'm going with D-Town on this one. He's right.
She do her thing. My woman right now, she do her thing. I'm not gonna now. Don't get me wrong. You gotta mold your woman too. But just like I say, I don't play them crackhead games. And when it's getting a little crackheadish, I'm getting on that ass. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't play them games. I'm sensitive. See, I want to be felt like I want to be here. You get what I'm saying?
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? Shit, I'm sure most people, but I had a daddy that didn't show up for me. You get what I'm saying? So that hurt me a little bit. So I need you to show up for me. Because look, I got girls. One of them, I had to go through custody battle and got my baby. Won custody of my daughter. You know what I'm saying? So you're not talking to no, waver. Nah, I'm very sturdy. I say what I mean what I say. And it's just certain games I do not play. And one of those games that I just do not play. You know what I'm saying? That's all.
D-Town, I agree with you. And you sound like you're a very aware man. And that's what it's required. But you also seem very humble enough to know, hey, look, I'm at 25% right now. I can't handle it. That's how it has to be. That's vulnerability. That's real. And if you can handle that and be in that mode all day, every day, you're not going to have them problems. But see, what you're doing or what you experience, it requires some wisdom. You done been through something.
Oh yeah, so, and let me tell you that custody battle really humbled me. Really showed that I can really go through a lot and come through out the end, man.
Right. And see, black men up there done been through something too. He's gone through a lot too. So it just takes a certain type of man to be able to say those things. Not every man or woman has experienced that. Some of them be coming in green and they act a little crazy. Or if you have a really good thing and a woman or man doing their part and doing all of it, it's still not enough.
Right.
Enough. So you have to sometime endure that mate that's only at 25% and they're not willing to say they at 25%, or they're not willing to apologize. They're not willing to say, I'm sorry, or, whatever the situation.
Yeah, and all I'm saying, those
yeah.
are things that count. That's for sure. Like, those are things that count. Because just like I say, growing up as a man, being in sports, things like that, I had to tell it to my wife that I'm sure most men are good. Hold on. I say I'm sure most men are good with accountability because we grew up with sports. You know what I'm saying? I done had coaches grab my face, man. What the fuck you doing, Wes? You know what I'm saying? Get your ass out there, do it right. You know what I'm saying? There ain't no outlet, it's gonna be okay. Now I need you to do the job right then and there. You need to do the job, okay? It ain't no feelings, because when I make that play, when I make that pick, I'm gonna get that same. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, baby. I see you. Do your thing. We'll do. So it's, you know what I'm saying. So, but when I tell that to a woman, is I don't like how you talking or whatever like that. But you got to get out there, man. You know what I'm saying? Because women want these pawpaws. They want pawpaw back. But pawpaw, he wasn't talking like these new niggas. Pawpaw was talking like, girl, you look like a hoe. Why you got your titties all out?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Girl, you look like you got your It didn't care that was his daughter or shit like that. Why you bringing all these babies up in here? That's the difference. But they don't want that. They want
It's all the
docile nigga.
But listen, Pawpaw was the man. Pawpaw took care of all the business. If y'all got to understand something, y'all getting these. Hold on, y'all getting these women, and these women doing 80% of the work. Y'all ain't gonna get Pawpaw. Y'all ain't gonna get Pawpaw reaction. Y'all ain't gonna get that.
Well, hold on. Well, I will have to
hear what I'm saying.
So let me say one thing, boss lady.
Wait a minute. Hear what I'm saying. Hear what I'm saying. If y'all, wait a minute. Hold on. If y'all want these women, or allowing these women to put forth 80% of the effort, you're not gonna get what Pawpaw got, because Pawpaw did everything, and Pawpaw was that strong man. And he stood on his square.
He did everything like what?
He did everything. He did whatever was necessary. He brought the money in. He treated these women like ladies. He adored these girls. He was very strong in his convictions, and they were scared, per se. This is Pawpaw. They ain't your husband.
Yeah.
He put that fear of God in them. He ministered over them. He told them what could happen, what couldn't happen. But if a woman goes into a relationship with her husband, and then if he allows, I tell y'all this all the time, if he allows her to do 80% of the details of the workings of their life together, he is not going to get Pawpaw's respect. You can't. There's no way. If this woman is gassing up her car, inspecting her car, going to work 40, 50 hours, coming home, washing clothes, doing all that, she may not complain about any of it. She's not going to complain about any of it. She might not even be complaining about you, but you're not going to be telling her what you doing with your ass out. You can't do that.
Well, and today you can't. Back then you could.
No.
Well, let me tell you something. My grandfather worked away from the house 4 or 5 months at a time. My grandmother had to run the house because he was on the pipeline. So she had to run that house and raise those girls, my mama included. She had to raise them. My grandfather was sending money to my grandmother.
Lady.
Right? My grandfather said he would send my grandmother all the money, and he would keep $10 and send her everything. And my grandmother had to pay the bills, gas up the car, take the girls to school, take the girls to church, cook for them every day. My grandfather wasn't there for 4 or 5 months at a time. He was out digging holes and putting pipes in the ground.
And boss lady, and if we give money to women right now, you know where our money gonna go to? Do you know where the money gonna go to with these women?
Again, that's on y'all. Again, that's on y'all, because y'all black man, tell her what I say about the money. Put your foot down and put it where? Where the money go?
All the money go in one pot.
Money go in one pot. That's again, I'm trying to tell y'all, money go in one pot. You come up with your plan. You determine what that's done with the money. I've already told y'all.
Exactly.
So I just want to say this. My memo, because I tried to run that little game like, me and mom, Papa took care of everything. Me mom stopped me in my motherfucking tracks, and she told me.
What she say?
She worked too. That's what she said to me. Okay?
What I'm saying. But listen.
So all I'm saying is, even though she worked, you know what else I seen from my mom? Breakfast, lunch, and dinner every time. You get what I'm saying?
That's what I said.
Mom earning Pawpaw draws and little stuff like that. His clothes for Sunday. You get what I'm saying? Like Mima told Papa had 3 kids before she met Mima. Mima said that Papa kept everything clean at his house. Soon as she married Papa, guess what Papa stopped doing?
He stopped doing his part. No, listen, I don't agree with women complaining about what they're supposed to do. I don't agree with that. I don't. I'm serious. I say this up. Black man is my. I
got you.
You got to clean your house. You got to manage your home. You got to do whatever it is your husband needs for you to do. But what I'm saying is, if she's doing that and going into the other part, what I'm saying is you have to recognize that this woman is doing too much because you allowed it to happen. Some men will allow it to happen. You can't allow it to happen because when you do, it diminishes your, as in the words of Jay Prince, it diminishes your value or your voice.
You know what's weird about
what?
In the words of Jay Prince, it diminishes your voice.
But you know what, Security Boss? Even to this day, my grandmother would say, I was married to your grandfather for 63 years. He never washed a plate, a dish. He never washed his clothes, dried them or put them up.
Yeah.
My grandmother worked. And I said, why are you working? Granddad was making that money. She said, baby, ain't nothing about money but more money. She said, I added to my husband. And I said, oh, okay, cool. She said, I would get to work. So even when we were children, my mother would take us there because my mother worked graveyard. My dad drove trucks. So he'd be in California somewhere. And my grandmother would, I could just smell it. I said, damn, she cooking this early. I can smell the Folgers. I can smell the eggs.
No, you did. I used to drink Folgers coffee with my granddad.
Oh my God. And I was like, oh my God. She did it every day consistently. And if you ask her grandmother, is this work to you? You feel like a slave? Like some of these women say today? No, baby. When I married your grandfather, I took on the responsibility as a matriarch of this family. And I'm going to hold it. And this is how I hold it together. She said, when you taste my food, do it taste like the food at the store, at the restaurant? I said, no, man. She said, that's because I cook mine with love, baby.
Lost in translation. How you doing today, sir?
I am well, SB. How are you? Thank you.
What's going on, Lost?
Hey, how you doing, Black man?
What do you want to add to this crazy conversation we have? D-Town, where you go? You gone?
Yeah,
what do you want to add to this crazy conversation, Lost in translation?
Here's the situation. I think we spend way too much time talking at each other instead of with each other.
Say it again.
And here's my thing. Before you get married, there are conversations that you really need to sit down and have. You know what I mean? You really need to do that instead of, getting with somebody and all of a sudden down the road, it's a surprise. You know what I mean? I don't love you anymore. I'm not happy anymore. That type of thing. Those conversations really shouldn't come up, man. It should basically, when you are married, basically it should be maintenance at this point. Hey, is there anything that you need? You know what I mean? Am I doing everything I need to do? Or is it, hey, maybe this is what I need you to do for me so we can do this. And a lot of times I think we spend more time tearing each other down instead of solving the actual problem. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And people want to use or romanticize the past or wield it as a weapon because most people weren't there. Some of us were there. And I'm here to tell you that the basis and the foundation for any family is respect for one another.
There you go.
What I mean?
Yep.
What happened was my grandmother would always make sure that everybody in the house respected my grandfather.
Right.
And my grandfather made sure that everybody respected my grandmother as his wife. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And it carried weight with the community and it spread out. So, you're not going to talk about, Mr. Neighbor's wife, or you're not going to talk about Mrs. Neighbor's husband. You see what I'm saying? And it carried weight. You see what I'm saying? And what happened was over time, I noticed that whenever, my grandfather would be sick, my grandmother would take care of him. And when my grandmother was sick, my grandfather would take care of her. And it wasn't this, well, I do this all the time or you do this all the time. It was more of a ministry of love because they wanted to do for each other. It wasn't a struggle. They looked forward to helping each other. And then when they got up in age, then of course, the sons and the daughters took over and they didn't have to do anything. And I think that's a part of families and relationships that people don't look at is that once you get to a certain age, then if you taught your children right, then after that, it's cruise control. Because at that point, you're demonstrating them, hey, this is how you run your household. Let me give you some skills. You know what I mean? And a lot of times as people, we don't we don't pass on skills to one another. You know, men should know that they're more than money. So that means you should go ahead and learn other things in life besides getting money. You know what I mean? Learn how to do business with other people that's your peers. Learn
Dearly beloved,
who are above you, so that way you can add value to everybody that's around you. You know what I mean? Those are the type of things. And then when you learn, you pass that on to other people. And I think that's where we've gotten away. We've gotten to this thing where we want to be proudful and we want to be proud and say, I look what I done, instead of saying, look what we have accomplished. Because what we have accomplished is way more than what I have done. You see what I'm saying? So what we need to do is we need to learn how to tell men, hey, look, this is how you become smarter. This is how you gain wisdom, and you lead with wisdom, because people will respect you if they know you have a plan. People will respect you if they know why you do what you do. There's no surprises. And what happens is people don't take the time out to understand their why. Why is it that you do what you do? Why is it that you want what you want? Because if you get down to that, it's going to start unpeeling and unraveling some onions in you and some things that you may not have worked out as a younger adult, and say, hey, this needs to be addressed before you get into a relationship, because the other person is going to have to try to figure out why you did that. And 9 times out of 10, if we're proudful, or if we're proud, we're not going to let that person in or let them know. And we're trying to figure stuff out. So SB, that whole ego thing that you plan on doing.
That's the problem.
This is your okay.
I'm praying about it. I'm trying to study on it. And you know, that's the issue. Women now have egos that are out of this world, and men, I've always had it.
Right.
And so now the time things are shifting, we're losing our position. We're out of order. And that's the reason. It's the egos. Everybody wants to win.
Hold on. Now you said it's an ego problem for men too?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So because remember when I had the Trey, you were there for it. I think Lost, you may have been in the chat.
Right.
When we had the show about marriage, and we had Pastor Evans talk about ego. He said ego is a thing that men come equipped with.
I don't agree.
He said when their ego is fed, right? He said the men egos need to be fed, but the women's hearts need to be filled.
I agree.
And so when we have an ego and our woman is telling us, you just imagine that, like Security Boss, what you told me, because you know I love your stories. I always keep them compacted right here. When you said that you went, how you support your husband. You know, your husband have never done any type of construction work, any work like that. He went out there and did everything because you were sitting out there encouraging him. You built that man's ego. You fed his ego.
I did. Yeah, I did.
Right. Yeah. And so in return, he filled your heart. That's the way it's supposed to be. But
that's the way it's supposed to be. But when you exit, what is it? Ego is a EGO. When you exit God out,
right. I love it.
Then it turns on you. And that's what we do. We exit God out because as men and women, we are gone away from the relationship that you have from your creator, and you're operating in self. You are selfishly motivated, and all you think about is self. That's why each party wants to win. They have exited God out. That's an ego.
Yeah. People want to win. I think that the situation we're in right now, men are men, women want to be men. And you can't have two. And I remember my pastor said this at church, and everybody said, he said right in the middle of a sermon, he said, when my wife and I got married, we had a few incidents. And he said, I told her that there's not 2 dicks in this house. There's only one. And he said, when she come to understand that, that's when the marriage took a turn.
Okay. So guess what? I'm a hurt. This might hurt some feelings. He was not covering her. He exited from God. He exited God out at some point in time where she felt like she needed to stand up and do whatever it is she needed to do, because he's her he's her minister. He's in direct relationship with God in order to tell her what's necessary for their family. If he's not doing that and he's not covering her, she will rise up. And it is her ego. It is wrong. I've already said to everybody here, and y'all have heard me, only selfishness is what breaks up a marriage. Y'all can put it any kind of way you want to. Y'all can say, oh, he did this, he did that. It still goes down to selfishness. Same for her. Selfishness is what breaks up a marriage. Right. Your ego is in you.
Right.
That's why we say it rose.
And that's why I'm glad
already be there.
Right. And that's why I'm glad we have open like marriages that can be transparent like yours, and I can be transparent about mine. And even in the pastor situation, his wife said, I was raised up in with my mom and dad. I didn't have to do nothing. I didn't have to wash dishes, do nothing. I had no responsibilities. Everything I wanted to do, I did. Everything I needed to get paid for, got paid for, and I got married. And this man has all these expectations. Right. And so she was like, I'm rebelling. She rebelled against it. Right.
So black man, let me say it simple like this. This is how you know. This is how you know we've exited God out.
Yep.
Men now feel like their value is money.
Yep.
So where's God in that?
Nope, nowhere.
Women used to trust and believe in the man, but her God is money. Where's God in that?
Nowhere.
So before we go on, I want to say hello to Anissa, but give me just a minute to read these super chats. Y Skinner Man Cave, thank you so much for your $5 super chat. And I've been trying to read this, but maybe I'm thinking wrong and we left some words out. Black man, you always good at this, but it says SBU women are the ones leaving and they win. They do.
When they
do. We win when they do. Okay, so you think men think, White Skinner think men win when the women leave. See, I don't agree with that. I happen to think that we work really good together if we can be together. The women win when they leave? Oh my God. The women win?
Yeah. Yep. The women win.
Let me tell you, same difference. Women do not win when they leave. They don't. If you're talking about the government and divorce, black men, we are going to have to do a detailed show on about the government and the divorce and all the riches and how they're separated. I need to understand exactly what you men are saying. I want to agree with you, disagree with you, add something to it. We need a clear picture and not a talking point. So L. Nixon, the voice of reason. Hey, how you doing tonight? Thank you so much for your $5 chat. We're in an unreasonable time expecting reasonable results. It doesn't matter what you give people if they don't know how to receive it. Again, you are right. This goes to selfishness. We have gotten so far away from our creation, our purpose, our morality standards. Listen, these men have told me today, the women have said, take off your condom. If a man told me, don't ever bring me a condom, and when I would have ran away, y'all. That wouldn't be somebody I'd be talking to. I'd be like, this is a setup and it ain't going to be good. So y'all need to think just like that, because if a woman who doesn't want to have children, doesn't want to be married, but want to have unprotected sex, y'all, there's got to be something going on. It's got to be. Easy money. Divorced women end up worse off. Stop the cap. Easy money. When somebody divorces, and I'm going to say this and I'm going to make sure y'all understand this, nobody wins. If you actually cared about the person you were married to, it's actually a death.
And you said nobody wins?
Nobody wins.
Oh, that explains Lost in Translation's hat. I'm sorry.
Oh, Lord.
Well, we're going to find out.
Dallas Cowboys fans are they like roaches. They just everywhere.
We're going to find out this year.
Right there, you look over there, go one right there, be like, damn.
We're going to find out.
I'm just kidding. I was just trying.
You in Dallas?
No, I'm in Alabama.
Oh,
I just wanted to make you feel welcome at SB Nation with that.
Thank you.
You good, right? Anissa, go ahead, lady. How you doing tonight? Anissa, there you go.
Good evening. How are you?
Doing well. What you think about all these different turns that we have taken? And you were supposed to tell me if you feel like men have collectively failed generations of women. Do you agree with that? And if you do, can you tell me how? If you don't, then definitely add whatever you would like to add.
I think some women may feel that way. I did want to answer.
Hold on. First of all, Anissa, you didn't speak to nobody. So how are you doing today?
Good evening, everyone.
You got to say my name. Good evening,
Black Man Trey and Lost in Translation.
That's what I need to hear right there. Come on, come in the room right now.
I'm sorry, it's my bedtime.
Way to put your foot down, Black man.
But I wanted to jump on and answer SB's question. So good evening, everyone. I'm sorry for my rudeness. But I think that some women do feel that way. I did want to go back to your question. What was the question you asked the women? Did women expect men to marry them today?
Yeah, when a young woman tells me or says that men have collectively failed generations of women, I always think that it's because that they, of course, did something wrong. But when I think about it, I'm thinking, well, maybe because we have so many single mothers, the expectation was like it was when we were younger. If you get a woman pregnant, you marry her. So maybe they, in their minds think that the men should be marrying them if they get them pregnant.
I think a lot of women do think that. Definitely back in the day, we know that was the situation. I know that, honestly, that's why my parents got married. My mother was 19 and my dad was, 22. He was in college, and my mom they both went to college, and my mom left college, to have me, and, they eventually ended up getting married. But that was, and before that time, that's what men did. Whether you were in love with the woman, or that was, the woman you had planned to marry, whatever the case was, if you got someone pregnant, it was kind of like, well, this who you gonna marry. You're gonna marry, you're gonna have a family, and you're gonna do the right thing as a man. Now, where that changed, I don't know exactly where that changed, but I think that a lot of women today, especially, they're out here having, 1, 2, 3 kids from the same guy and not married. That woman is probably thinking, I'm having all these kids. He's still here. Eventually, he's gonna step up to the plate. I think that in her heart of hearts and in her head, that's probably what she's thinking. Now, however, I agree with you. Women need to preserve themselves. Women need to stop having all these babies from men that they are not married to. But I'm an equal accountability person. I am never going to sit up here and say it's the woman's fault. She needs to stop. No, you are a man. You're supposed to be the head and the leader. You're so much smarter and stronger and more capable than women. So men need to start exerting discipline. There is no reason why, if you have no plans to marry a woman, if you know good and well that she is not the one, and you don't want a family with her, and you don't want children with her, it is your responsibility as a man to protect your seed. I don't care what that woman says. That is, why would you give a woman power over you and your life because you can't cover your organ to not produce a child? Why would you put yourself in that situation? It's just plain dumb to me. Why would you put yourself in a situation to have your finances and your resources going to multiple houses to take care of multiple kids, which diminishes, your capacity when your wife finally does come along, because you got to pay child support, so many women and all. Why would you put yourself in that situation? It just doesn't make sense to me. Man, and you all are so smart and so capable, but you continue to put yourselves in these horrible situations, but then you want to say it's the Black woman's fault because she shouldn't be opening her legs.
Hold on, Black man.
But I put it on both people. And that's my stance on
that. Let the Black woman talk to the Black woman real quick, and then I'm gonna let you dial in. Anissa, the things you said were absolutely true. I don't know why men would want to give away their power in order to do that. But when you say it with such sarcasm, it just falls flat. It's really like you don't mean it.
I wasn't being sarcastic.
Oh, you were. You were.
I wasn't being sarcastic. Yeah. I am using
the so strong, and y'all are so smart.
Points that they use.
Yeah, that's like me saying y'all are the most educated. And
I am using the talking points that they use.
Hold on. We didn't interrupt you. It just falls so flat, but it doesn't take away that the meaning of it was.
I was.
Okay.
But these are their talking points, right? Am I wrong?
Right.
Hold on for a minute. You're correct in some parts of that, but the way to nip that all in the butt would be to tell a woman to stop giving your sex away. Close your legs.
Dearly beloved.
And see, when you make one part and you don't make the other part, it's kind of hard for us to believe that you mean the other part really as much as you mean the part that you felt that you went on to mention.
I hold adults accountable for their each behavior. I hold
adult
men accountable.
I agree.
I hold adult women accountable.
Yeah, but when you don't mention the other side, it's kind of hard to believe.
I said both. I said women need to preserve their virtue.
Oh, I didn't hear that part. Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that
first? No.
No. I got her back. She did say that, but it wasn't
that first. and then I went to the men. So I said I'm an
both. Okay, well, I retract my. Okay, listen, I retract my statement. As long as you said both. But when you say, but listen, since we women, when you tell women, other women, to preserve themselves, you need to say it loud with emphasis on close your legs, because guess what? If you tell these men no, and you elevate yourself and you elevate your standards, then you will create a better man. So you didn't think I was going to say that?
Listen, I am as degenerate.
I still stand
and I'm telling
on my
you,
position.
if a woman tells me
a man
no,
needs to
then
protect
I ain't
his
getting it.
seed, and a woman needs to preserve her virtue. I am not going to exclude men from this conversation.
No, I agree with you. I don't want you to. I didn't hear the first part. So I apologize. I retract my statement. Long as you said it to both, but I want you to emphasize, because we are women and I'm an older woman. Anissa, I don't know too much about you. I don't know anything about you. I'm an older woman. So I already know how this thing plays out. I know how this thing plays out. So I can see a woman that has 3 kids living by herself and lonely and don't want them 3 kids and has no man to help her deal with these 3 kids. That's not a good position. So I want us to speak loud to the women so they don't end up that way. And then we also can offer our tidbit to the men too, because it's very important, because what we don't want to hear from them is we don't want them to complain about child support when they child support, STIs, HIV, or anything else when they've put themselves willingly in those positions.
They put themselves in that position. They put themselves in that position, and then they want to complain about it. However, I do agree with you, SB. Women need to preserve themselves, and if you don't have kids from these men, and you're not married to them, that just needs to stop.
Miss Glass,
SB, y'all might want to be a little bit louder, because if I told you what it cost me Saturday night to get some box, you would be astounded.
Well, if somebody's selling a box,
it's free out. No, she didn't sell it.
Oh,
it just didn't cost me nothing.
It didn't cost you anything.
I'm telling you, it's free out here.
Yeah,
you might want to get a little louder because they're not listening to you.
The box is like $1. It's listen. Let me say this, Anissa. Hey, how you doing?
Hello.
Listen, I happened to one of the angels, and I asked Gabriel. I said, Gabriel, how many women are praying for a man, to stand up and be a man, and be a father to his children, and be a husband to his wife? And Gabriel said millions. I said, why isn't it happening? He said, well, I want you to tell Anissa this. You have to be careful what you ask for, because if you get a real man, an alpha male who's going to marry you and get you pregnant and have those children, that man will have dominion over you and those children. He don't want no pushback. He's going to protect you. He's going to provide for you. He's going to help you with the kids. He don't want no pushback. When he needs something and he wants something, he wants it. When he wants his kids to go a certain way, that's where it's going to go. This is the vision that God gave me. This is the vision that we will follow. I'm not taking no prisoners. This is the vision. If God wants us to go west, I don't want to hear about your east. And so a lot of women pray for that man. And then when he comes, who the hell you think you talking to? I'm not following no vision. I got my own dreams. I got shit I want to do in my own life. What you mean? I can't say that to the kid. What you mean we can't go do this? A lot of women get what they want. God will say, you know what? Let me give you that man. And as soon as you get him, you're ungrateful. Oh, I don't want to follow behind him, but that's all a part of it. Anissa, I need you to do this today, baby. Hey, listen, I'm going to be out of town. I need you to take care of this, and this. Thank you. You're my helpmate. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, baby. Anissa, listen, I got my son. I'll take him to basketball practice today, but I'm gonna need you to take the girls over to our neighbor's house because they're having a sleepover today. I need you to pay this bill. Anissa, I need you to get up tomorrow and I need you to do this. Anissa, what do you mean? What do you mean you trying to go back to school? I already told you the vision for this family. This is where we're headed, Anissa.
So listen to this, Black man. I agree with you. But I think it was me and Mr. Gilbert got into a little conversation about this over a video a couple days ago. And you know, people say things, and y'all have pastors say things, and it sounds so good because they're so, y'all know, charismatic, and they just be letting it flow out, almost sing like a song. But anyway, what he said, far as I go, was a bit out of order, because what I know about marriage is God commanded or gave instructions to first the husband. And does everybody know what he told the husband to do? Does everybody know? Trey, do you know what God told a husband to do in marriage?
Nope, tell me.
Black man, tell Trey what the God first told a husband to do in marriage.
Watch our ass.
No, he's is that the new age God?
They liars, bro. They liars.
Black man, I was trying to have a moment. Anyway, Trey, what God told men to do first and foremost was to love their wives.
Love your wives.
That's a very important thing to do. You need to, every man I know that is getting married, been married, want to be married, is married, needs to go look and see what it says. Because if we're going by that blueprint, that was the first commandment or instruction of the blueprint that was given. Now, let me tell you what that brings. Let me tell you what that type of love breeds, just in case y'all didn't know, because he goes on to say something to the women too. But that type of love breeds respect and submission.
Yes.
That's what it breeds. Now, listen, that is the blueprint. There's no going around this blueprint. Anytime you go around that blueprint and you fall off, you get less respect and you get less submission. It's just because we're human. You stick to that blueprint because the blueprint talked to you first, just like he talked to Adam first, told him, this is what I want you to do, but I'm going to give you a helpmate. He spoke to them both, but Eve was the one that messed up. Listen, we have to pray with each other, keep this thing solid, but there is still a blueprint that we have to follow. In that blueprint, it commands or instructs the man to love his wife. If y'all ever want to break this down, then we can. But it's a few things in there. We need to.
I think you need to one day.
Go ahead.
Anissa, let me say this though real quick. The Bible
and then I want to respond to you when you finish, please.
Yeah, the Bible didn't say and or. The Bible says husbands love your wives, wives respect your husbands. It didn't say husbands love your wives, and if you don't and you fall short, they will stop respecting you. That's not what it says.
Wait, no, but see, I said because we human. The same way the husband may have fell off of loving his wife, it's the same way the woman may not respect or see, one begets the other. But what you have to understand is we're both trying to keep each other solid into this blueprint. That's what we both are doing at all given times. That's why we say we deal with this daily. We're trying to become one. That's why it's men are to cover the woman. The instruction was given to him initially, first and foremost, and then everything trickles down. But if we can't remove, so because this is what I like to hear. We want to remove the love section and we want to go straight to the respect and submission section. And women, good women probably want let me say it right. Wives want to do this. They want to do this, but they don't have the power to do it. Because see, all of this stuff is spiritual. Wes says SB, the blueprint don't benefit men, it benefit women. What? Are you kidding me? The blueprint. Oh, wait a minute. The blueprint has said, men, y'all have been given authority. You have dominion.
So whoa. Go back 30 seconds. Men have been given, what's the A word you used?
Authority.
Authority is like telling a woman she got cancer.
No.
Ma'am.
Wait a minute. I'm talking about, listen, y'all were given that whether you have a wife or not.
Exactly.
Now, when I talk about the blueprint, I'm going over here to marriage. Now, which one you want to talk about? I'm just saying to this young man over here, Wes, that the Bible, which has the blueprint for marriage, it does not benefit neither party more than the other. Like Black man that pointed out to us many times that the woman in the Bible ain't nothing but a Jezebel. Many times over in Proverbs, she gets a bit of props, but throughout she's nothing. She's no good. Am I right, Black man?
Yeah, well, Proverbs talks about it too.
Yeah, see, Wes. So there, but the reality of it though is that the Bible is a way of life. It's a blueprint for living that we can adapt to or adopt in our own everyday life. If we want to, we can do that. That could be our goal. So that's what it is. But besides that, though, we're going back to marriage being, the blueprint for marriage. The commandment was given, or the instruction was given to the man to love his wife. This is very important. So any man, yes, sir.
Have you ever tried to tell a 32-year-old woman that you have authority over her because God gave it to you?
You don't have to. You would never have to say that, Trey. I'm gonna tell you why.
I understand it, but I'm just saying that in this day and age, in this dating world, that's not gonna work.
And that's the only thing, boss lady. It's just a different world. You a great woman. I know you, but
D-Town, your mic jacked up.
Your mic is going crazy. Okay. Woo.
Trey,
Now,
I think the key that Trey needs to understand is the blueprint is meant for Christian men and Christian women. And some men are not Christian, but they want to love to talk about submission and all of these things that the Bible talks about, and you're not a Christian man. It doesn't apply.
So let me.
Have you ever tried
Christian
to talk
women
about
and Christian men.
Have you ever tried to talk about authority with a 32-year-old Christian woman?
So let me say this. I have talked about it, but when I'm talking to somebody, we're just doing face-to-face, fleshly talking. I can't begin to think of a way, Trey, how you would actually express yourself, move, or interpret your authority over a woman that you're dating or looking to marry. I have no idea how that looks. I have no idea how you would carry that out in your everyday life. I don't know what that looks like. Because let me tell you honestly my thoughts right now. My thoughts right now that a woman would absolutely love or just would want a man to genuinely love and take care of her. I just think that that's what every woman absolutely wants. I just believe that.
I don't disagree with you, SB. But I think you're missing a part of it. I think that every woman wants a man to genuinely love and love her, but it's under her terms. And that's the difference in today's women who are dating. She wants it her way, not in the way that God thought about. Like, they want it their way.
Okay, and I can agree with that, Trey, but that's where you all come in. The only love you got from her, now listen, this is if you believe that. The only love you got for her is what God gave you. You ain't got nothing else. So if she can't accept that, then that ain't the woman that would be your wife. And that ain't the woman you can actually love. Because all I got for Mr. Boss is respect and submission and love that God told me to give. I ain't got nothing else. Because without that, what am I? What am I doing?
How many weddings have you gone to in the last 10 years?
Probably none.
Okay. My question is this. I've been to a few. Mm-hmm. And I've seen where the vows, they rewritten the vows. And in those vows, lost in translation, know where I'm going.
Yep.
You remember the part where it says love, honor, and obey?
Mm-hmm.
When the woman is speaking to the man, when they said you will love, honor, and obey, the woman is love, honor, and cherish. Those are two different things. Mm-hmm. Right now, you show me one wedding that's on tape on YouTube where you hear those words. They've taken that completely out because women ain't trying to hear that word. They're not trying to hear authority. And when you say love, honor, and obey, he ain't my daddy. Why that's in there?
Well, but black man, listen, I hear what you're saying, but if a woman is making that type of presentation and when it's time to say your vows, that's not the one you need to marry. You should have been figured that out before you got her down there.
Right. Absolutely. But I'm just saying, like, for the women that are saying, I'll take that you know what, right now, if you said, I want to sit down, because the Council of Nicaea put the Bible together. If you put down the Council of Feminism and told them to rewrite the Bible, I guarantee you anything that's of an authoritative figure of a man would not exist. Right? Because
I can agree with that too. If it's being interpreted by someone that doesn't have a reverence for God, I agree with you.
Right. We have to get families to the point where a woman respects a man for who he was created to be, and a man respects a woman for who she was created to be. Right. And I think right now we got so much battling going on because women have decided we don't want to be women no more. We want to be women, but we want to take on the characteristics of men. And when you have two men in the household and two men in the bed and two men, making all the decisions and two men fighting every day and two men, it gets to a point where you're like, man, I'm in the house I'm arguing with somebody that's like me. It gets to a point where men are even when dating. I was going to address Anissa earlier about this. Even when dating, men.
Oh, black man. Oh man. Sherelle just says, I'm back. Just got some bad news. Our beloved Auntie Jay just passed away.
Sending prayers to Auntie Jay's family.
Wow. Thank you, Sherelle. Yeah, y'all. Auntie J passed away.
Wow. Yeah, we hadn't seen her in so long. Yeah. But yeah, I just, to address Anissa, when it comes to families, people, when men are over the family, anything that God is saying a man to cover has to have some authority over it. But I want to say this about the whole situation where women start to respect men less because they're human. If women love their husbands like they love their children, marriages would work. A son can go and break his mother's favorite vase, and the glass hits the floor. That could have been her great grandmother's. She'll go in and she'll say something, but the next morning, baby, here's your lunch. Make sure you're on school on time. I love you. Give me a hug. The husband goes in. He says something. She'll carry it for a month. Carry it for 3 days, 4 days, whatever her time limit is. She'll hold that grudge against her husband. My thing is this: if the husband is the priority and the kids are not a part of the marriage but a part of the family, then why do the children get more respect from the man who should be getting the most respect? I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to
share with you why, black man, and I don't want to do this because we're trying to make better women, and we're trying to show them the way in which we should be and go as wives. But the reality of it is we have gone so far away from what God has given us and made us as men and women. We have no idea what we're doing. So we're functioning out of order.
Right.
So the answer is, if you're in a marriage and your wife is not doing whatever it is the wife should be doing to cause harmony in the household, then men, I suggest you fall to your knees and figure out what God can tell you to do, because there's something that's out of order and you have that direct connect with him. And then, I don't really know exactly how the energy works, but that spirit she'll see that and she'll probably fall into order. But that's just something that has to be done. A lot of times we want to function without the actual power of functioning, and we think it's going to all work out well. Now you got a whole group of people out there, black men, that don't believe nothing we're saying, has no idea about the reverence of God and cares nothing about them. Your expectation for them should be zero. And we shouldn't even be talking about those people. Now, if those people are influencing the good ones, then we too have to say, you know what? I'm not going to let you do it. You have to speak to that woman and say, look, this woman over here is influencing you. This Instagram is influencing you. Whatever it is that you feel like the influence is coming from, you got to say, look, I need you to stop. Because this is not what we need in our household. This is not good for our marriage. This is not good for our children. Whatever it is, you got to call it out and you got to end it as the head. You have to do that. Because you all are y'all the gatekeepers. That's how you protect us. It's not always about the fight.
Right. And it's all about sacrifice as well. And I said this on was yesterday. I said this to some people yesterday. I said, and when you're in marriage and the husband has authority over his family, over his wife and his children, anything that husband says he's uncomfortable with that wife should be a sacrifice. Right. So let me give you an example. If I'm married to Anissa and I say, Anissa, listen, I think that you've gotten to a point that you're drinking too much. I think I need you to stop drinking. Anissa, I need you to take your wardrobe and I need you to give it to somebody else who wants to be out there promiscuous like that. And I need you to go and get a whole nother wardrobe for me, baby.
Okay.
Right?
I got a question.
Anissa, what happens? I'm talking to Anissa.
I got a question. No, this is I ain't gonna take it away. I just got a question. Did you say to your wife you being provocative or promiscuous? You said that to your wife?
No. That's probably what I'll be thinking. But I would say, hey, listen, I need your wardrobe. I need you to change it up for me, because when we go out, I need you to look like my wife.
Okay.
I need you to look like somebody else's opportunity.
Okay. What you have to do is you have to say, baby, help me to help me protect you.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Say it like that. Because you got to have something in it for her. You just can't tell her hey, just do this. Something's got to be in it for her.
You ain't got to do nothing. Just don't take on a shopping spree.
Exactly.
Go with her. Invest that type of time into her and show her what you like.
Now, what would you
The question was for Anissa. Go ahead, Anissa. I'm sorry.
Okay, so black man, to that question, I would respond that I'm going to come to the table as a wife. So you won't have to tell me not to dress provocative or promiscuous and all of those. I'm going to come to the table as a wife. So that's already going to be taken care of. But I do like SB's response. Always you can take her shopping and you can buy her the wardrobe that you want to see her in as her covering and as the protector and the provider of the home. She would love that. But the woman that you should choose should already come to the table prepared to be a wife and already know how to dress. I want to.
That's not totally true. We learn on the job, Anissa. We learn on the job.
Anissa, I have a question for you.
That's not true, Anissa. That's not true. Okay, you can, but I'm just telling you that part is not true. We learn on the job.
That may not be true for all women, but it is true for some women. And then I want to go back to his previous statement that I didn't get to respond to. If you came to your wife saying this is the direction from the home and this is what we're going to do and all of those things that you said earlier, I think that if you have a godly woman, that she's going to fall in line with you and should fall in line with you. But I think that's also why women need to be very, very careful and vet the men that you are going to join yourself with, because you are under his authority. So you better be very confident and very clear that this man is submitted to God and that he listens to God and that he definitely has your best interest at heart, because the direction of the man is the direction of the woman, is going to be the direction of the family. So black man, I think that she should fall in line with you, but I say to women, you better make sure that that is the man God has for you and that he's submitted to God, because how his life goes is how your life is going to go.
So let me add a little more realness to this, because I don't think women know how to vet men. I really don't think they know the questions to ask or actually what to look for. And if you tell a man what you want, he will become that. So Anissa, what would you say to a man in your vetting process? If this question is too much on the spot, just let me know. I don't have to have an answer, because we wouldn't really talking about that, but I would like to know what you would ask.
You know, I think it's a combination of questions, and I think it's also a combination of observation. I'm going to be observing his life. I'm going to be observing his lifestyle. I'm going to be trying to determine his, if I can see his relationship with God. I'm going to determine his conversations about God. Is he praying with me? You know, are we praying together? Is he leading me closer to God, or is he leading me further away from God? I want to know his values of what a husband is. What is your role as a husband? What are your responsibilities as a husband? Do you know what that is? What are you looking for in a wife? Do you know what those responsibilities are? What kind of wife do you want? Do you, I mean, all of these things that if you're looking to be married and knowing that you got to submit to this man, how do you feel about provision?
Look at JoJo.
Are you a 50-50 man, or do you believe that, I'm the man of the house and I'm going to be the provider? I mean, all of these questions that a woman who's going to have to submit and follow the leadership of a man, she's going to have to know these things. Do you pray?
Well, the reason,
do you pray, or do you listen to your homeboys, and what your uncle said or whatever? There's so many things that you can ask.
Let me say what I want to say. Let me say this really quick. The reason why I say, Anissa, that we are not good at vetting, because all those questions that you asked were very leading, and a man would definitely tell you, yeah. Or like I said, a man will become what you say you want in order to get what he wants. And I hope everybody understands what I mean. Like if I say I want a praying man, he gonna pull out a Bible and we gonna pray. If it ain't nothing for them 9 months that we was dating, he gonna pray.
Oh, but you know the difference between someone that knows how to pray and someone that's playing.
No, y'all don't.
Hold on for a minute. Let me get done with this thought. I don't know if I do or not, Anissa, but let me just say this to our women, ladies. What I would most like to see that you do, which works out better, would be just to watch the man, watch exactly how he moves. You don't have to say anything, because in his vetting, his presentation should be exactly who he is. And that's what you want to know. And when he's ready to marry you, if he's ready to do that, he's going to lay it all out. He's going to tell you how many people he owe. He's going to tell you how much money he make. He's going to let you know if you have any kids. He's going to let you know all of that. So it's really not much vetting verbally that a woman needs to do. We need to pay a dang on attention. When it comes time, though, to actually marry him, then you do need to take him to your daddy, or somebody around a man around that you trust or what have you. But as far as a woman vetting, I'm just saying to y'all can do exactly what you want. I mean, I'm just not a counselor in any way. I'm just saying we don't need to be asking no leading questions, because those men, and it's the same for a woman, they will become what you're asking. It's best just to sit back and take note. In other words, in the meantime, this is what you're doing. You're preserving yourself. You've elevated yourself and your standards are very high. You've already said, my intentions are to be married. I'm not giving up the box. But in the meantime, you're taking care of yourself. Your car is clean. You're being an adult. You're paying your bills. You're cooking a meal. You're going on dates. If you feel like taking him on a date, you're taking him on a date. You're doing all those things. But more so than anything, you're darn paying attention. You're paying attention.
Security boss. I think it'll be, Anissa, real quick. I think that it'll be better, Anissa, to give you an example of what security boss is saying.
No, I understand what she's saying. I think it's a combination of questions and observation. I said that from the beginning.
Yeah, I'm talking about for the audience, because we may be helping somebody right now that who's out there trying to vet, and the vet is not going to work. So give me your top 3 that you would ask a man if you were vetting him. So if we were sitting at a table right now, and your top 3 things that you would ask him in the vetting process when you first go on a date with him, what would you say?
I think if you want to be married, you may want to know where he is. Are you looking to, are you just casually dating? Are you looking to be married? Are you looking for a wife? What that is. You need to know if someone's on the same page as you. That's
a great. I'm gonna role play this with you. That's a great question. You were looking to get married as well. Is that correct?
I am.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm definitely looking to be a husband. I want to be a father. I feel like I've been groomed to do this in my family. So absolutely, I'm looking to be a husband.
So what is the role of a husband?
The role of a husband, I think a husband is to love. First thing is, I'm a man of God, because I know you're a woman of God, because you mentioned marriage. I'm a man of God. I love God. So the role of a husband is, the first thing is to love my wife. The Bible says for men to love their wives, and for wives to respect their husbands. I think that's the foundation of what we need if we were to move forward and to be in a relationship. So absolutely.
Ooh, that boy smooth.
Go ahead, Anissa. Any other questions?
How do you love your wife according to the Bible? Ephesians chapter 5. What does it say specifically?
Well, specifically, I don't want to go specifically into that, because I don't want to misquote what the scripture is. However, I will give a synopsis on what I believe it is. And so what that means to love you.
Are you familiar with
Oh, I'm definitely familiar with it, but I don't like to misinterpret.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the scripture. I just don't like to manipulate the word of God to try to make it.
Wait, Anissa, you would be that combative on a date?
No, I'm just asking a question. That's
right.
That's combative.
Wait a minute.
I would get up and walk away.
Wait a minute. How many scriptures is enough for me to learn?
Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right. I mean, man should know some.
Right. And
he should know some for sure.
She said, do you not know it? She said, do you not know it?
Look, I heard you only need to know 3.
Right. And so the last one,
you need to know more than 3.
Right. And but she asked what a husband would, how he would love his wife. The Bible says in that scripture to love you like Christ loves the church. And we know that the intimacy between Jesus and the church was amazing. And I think that when you incorporate that into a relationship, I think that anything's possible, because even if you go to Ephesians 3:20, it says that he can do exceedingly and abundantly above all that we can think or imagine. And I think, he can go above for what we believe and what we believe in. I think when we have that foundation of God, we can do anything together. And this date is going absolutely wonderful. Okay, you see, if you get a smooth nigga like that.
You didn't answer my question directly, but okay.
I'm saying, I'll just give you an example. If you get a smooth cat like that, majority.
I didn't think that was smooth.
Oh,
I think it depends on who you're talking to.
Does he get a second date or no?
Just based off of that right there. Where did he take me, first of all?
Oh, sure.
Wow.
There we go.
Wow. Hey,
God damn it.
No, black man.
I beg your pardon.
This is what I'm talking about.
Exactly.
This is what I'm talking about.
Trey,
that man that talked about the book, the Bible, the scriptures, everything. And the one thing what did she say? Well, where did he take me exactly?
I want to know his
That's the deciding
preparation.
That's gonna determine what you think about him.
Look,
I
you went
want
to
to know his
Starbucks for coffee.
preparation. What
You
went
went to
into,
I want to
Starbucks.
know how
his
deep his
preparation for
pockets
the
are.
date.
Oh, wait a minute.
I
You
need
wanted
to know
wait
he
a
can
minute.
provide. That could be a good start.
That was a money question, SB. That's a money. How deep are his pockets?
Yep.
I need to know if you're a provider.
Here's my thing.
Oh, by going to dinner?
SB, here's my whole thing. A
Don't shake
real
your
man
head.
of
I
God,
need to know that.
listen, a real man of God would use
I need
the
to know
fruits of the
that.
Spirit, and in the back of his mind, the Holy Spirit would say, "My son, this is not the one."
Exactly.
He's already combative. We already know about the corner of the shack in the house. Leave her where you found her. Get up, take up thine bed, and walk.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? A real man of God is not going to entertain that.
I love
a lot of y'all like to sit up and say, "Well, I want a man of God." No, you don't. Because a man of God is
A
actually
man of
tied
God would be
into
able to
God.
answer that question,
And
Ephesians
listen,
5.
don't
And he wouldn't be going
No,
around in circles.
no.
He
Listen,
wouldn't be going
Anita.
around in circles. I know when someone's
Anita.
trying to be smooth.
Don't interrupt me.
and someone
Don't
can
interrupt me. A real man of God, if he's tied into God, he's already going to get instructions from God. He's going to see what you're doing anyway. So you're not going to be able to get over on him. You're
Discernment.
not. You're not.
And you can't get over on a woman of God either.
Why would you want to?
Well,
Why would I want to? You're assuming that I would be wanting to do that. And
Why
that's
would
not
you
the
listen?
case.
Why listen? If a man of God is responsible for his daughter, why would he want to get over on her? That is counterproductive. His
But
prayers
did you
will
see
not be
what black
hindered.
man did?
Listen, his prayers will
Did
be
you see
hindered.
what black
if he
man
goes
did
against his
though?
wife. Listen,
I became everything you fed me.
Can we have
But I saw exactly what you were doing, and it was not sincere. I knew.
But none of that matters. What only matters is where did you take her?
Did you notice how you did not give black man his respect with the condescending tone? You saw how he talked to you.
And he didn't give me respect with his responses.
But did you see the splinter
He
in
did
your
not
eye?
give me respect
The log
with
in
his
your eye.
responses.
Did you see that? You see what I'm saying? My whole
I
thing
saw
is
the
this. We cannot
disrespect in his response. He didn't answer
let me
my
explain.
question.
Listen, in love. Let me explain something to you, darling. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, lost in translation.
Listen, we cannot continue to go back and forth with one another. That's the whole purpose of respect. When I came up on this panel, I respected SB, I respected Black Man and Trey and D. Okay. And also you as well. I'm going to give you the respect that you deserve as well, too, because you're a daughter of God. And I can't get out of line because I have somebody to have to answer to. We have to operate that on both ends. We can't do that because it's entertainment for us today, but we have to pay for that behavior tomorrow. And as a man of God who speaks wisdom for today and tomorrow and into the future, I'm telling you that's not needed. We have to start leading in love and correcting in love. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Because I like how you put in love. In love calms the situation.
Right.
It absolutely does, y'all. That's a requirement. God is love. Y'all know that. But let me tell you something, Anissa. We're going to have true confessions. SB doesn't quote scriptures. I live scripture.
Uh-oh.
But you should know it. But go ahead.
No, I'm not going to even. I'm not, because you know why I don't. You know why I've struggled with this for many, many years, and this is true confessions, y'all. I've always, I always say to Mr. Boss, I'm sensitive. I say this to a lot of people sometimes. I'm sensitive. I'm always hearing the things that are not being said. Do y'all understand that?
Absolutely.
I don't know if Black Man understands that or not. It's to be sincere. I'm saying. I don't know if you witnessed it. I don't know if Lost in Translation has witnessed it, but I'm always hearing things that are not being said. So I'm very sensitive. So with that being said, I'm very careful to what I retain or what I go after, because I absolutely would abuse someone with scriptures. I'm that person. I would tear your butt up if I took the time to say I'm going to read and retain most of these scriptures in this Bible. I would eat somebody up. It would be no good. And I already know it. I already know it in my own common sense, how I function right now, my own discernment. I've said to y'all plenty of times I was supposed to be a judge. Didn't I tell y'all that? Don't y'all understand that? I wanted to be a judge. So I know my level of discernment. So I know that it wouldn't do me any good to go around here quoting scriptures. I would very much so, and this is what I do. I ask God to use me. And whenever that's being done, he's giving me the ability to speak to you in common everyday words so you can understand what I'm saying. But there are those out here in these comment sections all the time. They can tell you exactly what scripture I'm coming from, and I don't have to do it. That's what's most important. What's most important is the relationship that you have with the Creator and the acknowledgement of Jesus. It's not how many scriptures you can recite. And you gotta understand that, because you will miss a good man that is morally and of God, not just a good man. You know how people say, I'm good people, all that. No. I'm talking about a man after God's heart. Y'all know how he said David. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
So you will miss a good man looking for him to quote scriptures. You and your own discernment, and him and his discernment, like Lost in Translation just said, that is what needs to be acknowledged. Because again, we learn on the job. You adapt to the man that you marry. So there's no way you're going to know everything that it is to know about that man or any other man until you actually are chosen to be a man's wife. So with that being said, you could actually take an opportunity to teach someone something. Like for instance, if you met a man that was interested in the Bible, but maybe he didn't know all scriptures, but you found him very interesting and you felt like there was something different about him, and he was willing, and he may not be a man that is a theologian or what have you. You can take an opportunity to share those things with him, because that's what married folks do. That's called intimacy. That's what they do. That's how they get closer and closer together. That's how you become one with a person. You peel back all those layers of things that you don't know, and you feed into each other. That's what it's about.
You better preach.
If you have a person that you're willing to do that with, Anissa, that is the man that you want to be with.
May I respond when you finish?
Oh yeah, I'm done. I'll be done.
The way that I think is the way that I'm taught in my church. In my church, where I go, our pastor, we usually have he shares a scripture with us. We do studies of scripture. We do memorizations of scripture. So if you are a person that's in the Word and you study the Word on your own outside of church, and you pray the Word and you pray to God, you ought to be retaining something. You ought to be able to, yeah. You should be.
If the man is in the church with you, though.
Right. That's more than likely if you're being taught a certain type of way, which that's the way that I'm taught. Not only should you know the Word, you should be practicing the Word. It should be both.
Okay.
Right.
So
if you don't know
I got a question for Anissa.
And you can't pray it, if a situation comes up and you need to call upon it, can you not say, Ephesians 3:20? Can you not say Jeremiah 29:11? I mean, you should be, if you are in the Word and you're studying the Word and you're learning the Word of God, you should know some of this stuff. That's just the way that I'm taught. And that's what I believe.
Hold on, y'all. Let me get done with this. And Anissa, I agree with you, but I'm gonna go back to my initial statement. Is how much is enough?
Right.
How much is enough? How much?
No one knows the whole Bible from cover to cover.
Exactly. So how much is enough?
You should know something. You should not just be saying, "Oh, I don't know," I don't know, and this is what I think, and I mean,
Anissa, can I tell you what I know?
Hold on, Trey. Hold on, Trey. Let's go back to this one more thing. It's very much. Let me tell you, so you can learn so many scriptures.
What is a godly man? Maybe that's what is.
Hold on for a minute. Let me get done. You can retain so many scriptures and know so many things about the Word and how to quote them and what have you. You need to chop people up with them, like I said. But if you don't have the love of God in you, you're powerless. And that is why people hate the church. That's why people hate religion.
Well,
Because that's exactly what that I'm telling you, it doesn't, it starts
there, but part of loving God is knowing his word.
Oh
That's
my
part of
God.
loving him is knowing his word. You want to get to
part of
you
knowing
want
God
to
is
get
knowing
to know
God.
Yeah,
him.
yeah. No. Part of knowing God is relationship.
Right.
It is. And what did he not give us the word?
Listen,
He
God
gave us
is
the
not
word. It's
God
what
is
you
not
said,
a
the
holy
blueprint.
listen.
The
God is not a
blueprint for
holy
our
slot
life, he
machine.
gave it to us. This is our
Listen,
instruction for
listen,
our
God
life
is
as
not
Christians. You're telling me we don't need to
Anissa,
know
can I
him?
ask you a
No,
question?
no. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I never said, Anissa, please don't fight a false argument. Be honest. Be sincere. I
I
don't
am
like.
being honest.
I
I'm not
never
saying
told
you have
you.
to know every scripture in the Bible. What I'm
I
saying
never
is if
said
you
don't
say
know
you
it.
love God and the word is God, how can you not say that you don't know the word of God?
No, what
That
I'm
makes
saying is
no
this. I
sense.
didn't say that. What I said is this. If you don't know, it's not powerful, meaning if you don't know God in the heart of God or God's power, you have no way of knowing how he was trying to demonstrate those things in his word. You have no clue. That's why we cut each other up with it. He says one thing,
And
he
that's why
means
you
it.
study it.
Listen,
That's why you
no. That
study
doesn't,
it.
no.
So you can learn the
No.
word of God. And
I'm not talking about learning the word of God. I'm talking about, listen, I'm talking
maybe I'm
about
not
the
understanding
energy.
what you're saying.
Right. I'm talking about the way that the power, the energy, the meaning behind it. You know, there's 20 different ways I can say love, and you could take 20 million things away from it. But the love of God will have you reciting things differently. He says, love your, we can go through the commandments. It was like, love your neighbor, and we just be saying this, or they'll say, don't covet this, and we'll say different things, right? It has no power because we have no idea. We have no idea where God is or was when he was actually reciting that translation of that word. That's why you have to know what he means and who he is to understand his word fully. We have to know who he is.
You gotta know who
We
he
have
is
to
first,
first
but
know
you
who
have
he
to
is.
study his word as well.
Okay, hold on, Anissa.
Can I ask Anissa? Can I ask
This
Anissa a
is
question?
my last thing.
It all goes together.
Okay, this is my last thing. Let me say this. This is my last thing. This is my last thing, and this is going to make it just so real for everybody. We can't keep God from anything. God can do whatever he wants. If he wanted every scripture to jump into my head right now, he has the ability to do so. So there's nothing that I can do to make God do more. There's nothing I can do. So when you ask God to use you and his will be done, that's the beginning and almost the end, because that is what's real. We can't put God in a box and tell him how to use us. We can't do that. He's everything. That's what we don't get. He's everything. The only thing he didn't do was create sin. He made everything good, and then people came and made it bad. That's what we need to understand. You can't do nothing with God. God can do whatever he wants. See, that's what we're missing. We think we can just control him. God, if I do this, I know you got me. No. He could do whatever he wants, whenever he wants. You got to believe that, and all things are spiritual. You got to believe it. That's what's important.
Well,
And then all of the rest of the stuff makes sense for you.
Can I say this, Anissa, real quick, Anissa? You say you're studying the word. What does 1 Corinthians 9:19 through 23 say?
This is my point. This is my only point.
That could have been a set that she didn't remember at this time. I'm really trying to make it.
No. I'm not trying to be facetious. I'm just saying that scripture is important. It says, I have become all things to all men that I may save some. Do you know what that scripture means? That means sometimes quoting that scripture and knowing all those scriptures may not be able to get to the alcoholic. It may not be able to get to the girl that was sick. Was trafficked. It may not be able to get to the person who's dealing with a divorce or death at the time. It may just be the kindness of your heart that God gave you to be able to speak into someone's life and to fill them up. Right, spiritually with your mouth, other than quoting scriptures. I'm never going to go to somebody's house and they're in bereavement, and I'm gonna walk in and say, "Well, listen, if you go to Psalms chapter 3, verse 45, it said." I'm not going to go in there quoting scripture, because that's not the time. They're not ready for. They don't want that right now. They want somebody that's going to come in and say, "Hey, listen. It's good to be here. I want to be here with you. Whatever you need from me, I'm not telling you what to do. I don't want to be here and quote scriptures to you. But however I can be here to love on you, I'm here to love on you."
I don't
They
think
don't-
we
I
asking
think
Anissa.
that
I don't think
everyone
we
is
asking Anissa the
committed
right question.
to misunderstanding me, so I'm just gonna not.
Anissa,
I said what I've
I
had
got
to
a question for you.
But I asked you what the
Anissa,
scripture
I want a second date. Where do I have to take you on the restaurant? Because all the Bible thumping ain't gonna do nothing. You want to know what restaurant we going to? So I want a second date.
Are you a Christian?
Where would you like to go?
Are you a
That's not
Christian?
that's not relevant at the moment. Right now,
I'm only interested in
I'm just trying to figure out what restaurant to take you to so I can get a second
Whoa,
date.
you interested in Trey if you're a Christian?
No. I'm just asking a question because when she was asked the question,
obviously
she asked what restaurant do we
wrong with
want to
the
go to.
microphones or something. I asked him if he was a Christian. I said because I can only go out with men who are.
That's what I said. If you're a Christian, are you willing to go on a date?
Hang on, black man. What are you doing?
Only would go out with the man who is a Christian.
Stop.
Oh,
But no,
so you
there
would,
wouldn't be a
you
second
would go on
date.
a date with Trey. You would go on a date with Trey then.
I said there wouldn't be a second date.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Just want to make sure. You know, we all about hooking people up over here.
No. Don't do that. I'm just trying to find out because after all the conversation you guys had about the scripture, she broke it down to the restaurant. So I'm just trying to find out. And to me, that sounds very much like the women of today, the modern women of today. Which restaurant do we go to?
Here's my whole thing. The Bible is not a holy slot machine where you put in scriptures and a blessing falls out. That's not how that works. Because sometimes the blessing is in the lesson along the way in which you're supposed to learn something.
Come on,
and
Lord.
that's going to prosper your soul. Now, if you tempt God and you tempt somebody else as a man of God, so what does this scripture say? Basically, what you're trying to do is you're trying to manipulate the system. And God has a system in place to deal with manipulators. You see what I'm saying? The Holy Spirit will whisper in your ear, say, this ain't it. That's not it. Don't play no games with that one. That person's confrontational. They like to play games. And if you get in a relationship with this person, they're going to continue to move the goalposts. You're not going to be satisfied and you're going to waste your time. I did not put you on this earth to waste time. I put you on this earth to be fruitful and multiply. And if somebody is condescending and moving the goalpost and always changing the rules of the game, you're going to be frustrated and you're going to waste time and you're not going to fulfill your assignment. That is of the devil. So don't deal with that.
Come on, Lost. What?
I stand on my square on what I said I'm looking for.
Listen, here's my thing. If you really want a man of God, you need to go talk to God first. Because a man of God is already going to be plugged in and he's already going to smell you before you show up. And the game is going to be over with.
And you know what? You know what, Lost in translation? The mistake that I hear is her saying, I pray, what she said, what I'm looking for. But that's not how it works.
You're supposed to do the will of God.
Right. And then it says,
will be done.
Exactly.
You're not ready to be married because marriage is a selfless act.
Come on, Lost.
I love these men who don't know me.
You see what I'm saying?
They're going to tell me about
I don't
me,
need to know you to know you're kind. I
So
don't
let
need
me-
to know you to know you're kind.
You
None
don't know
of that matters if you don't have the right restaurant.
But let me come to
know
Anissa.
what you're
Let me
talking
come to
about. So you
Anissa.
can
Let me
keep your
come to where the-
commentary to yourself.
Let me come to
None of us
Anissa.
know anybody on these channels, so
You
we're
don't
just
listen,
having a
and-
conversation.
Listen, yeah, and listen, I appreciate you for your conversation. So please understand that.
Lost,
I think that again, since I'm the person that thinks that everything is spiritual, I'm sure there's a lot of others out here that do that. Us talking about this day and time is not, by chance. So I appreciate you for sharing. My only point is there's absolutely nothing with you studying the scriptures and reading them and even quoting them. But we have to definitely consult, like translation said, Lost in Translation said, we have to consult with God first, and it has to be his will be done and allow him to use us. And any way that you do that is absolutely, I'm not going to argue with somebody about seeking God. That's just not the thing to do. That's crazy to do.
Exactly.
So I'm not ever doing that. I'm not ever doing that. I would never do that. I would never do that. And the next thing is this. This is the part I'm getting ready to come to Anissa's defense. We're in a position, or we're in a place where men are against women, women are against men. So instead of us relaxing, we do pretty good, but we got to do better. Instead of us just relaxing and receiving and figuring out where we can help or where we can fit in, we kind of only attack a little bit. And I don't want that to happen because I appreciate Anissa. I appreciate what she's bringing. It's very helpful to hear. And if we can help in any given way, vice versa, we need to. Because I heard a man up there on the top row talk about he defending marriage. But I'm like, what? He defended. We in the right place. We're doing the right thing. So he has to be able to hear the right thing. So because y'all understand, y'all know how it goes. Non-believers are amongst us, but the Holy Spirit is still at work. So we got to continue to allow it to work. And Anissa, if we had to use you a little bit, forgive us.
Not a problem. I still stand on my belief, so I'm just fine. But it's not.
We believe the same thing that you believe. But I'm saying to you, we came at you like, we was coming to us. But we believe the same thing. So there's no fight in this.
Right.
There's no fight. But
Lost in translation.
If you go on a date with this man, I'm just saying to you, not this man, I mean any man.
No.
I'm just saying, I don't know. This is honest. I've asked this question before. How many scriptures is enough? And there's not a good answer for that because it's like you said, nobody's gonna know the entire Bible. And the most important thing is to watch his movements. And I'm gonna say that again. You have to watch. That's why I told you about. That's why I said women can't really vet. We have to watch the movements because nobody has it all together. So we have to watch and see because, again, God may be using him, but he may not know what scriptures he's playing out at that particular moment, or he may not know what it is we need to hear. And again, I was told we only need 3, and I think those 3 were all in John. So I'll let you know what they are, but we ain't going to talk about that because I don't quote. That's not what I do. I try to live the life. But anyway, let's read this.
I just want to make one response. I said at the very beginning that it's a combination of asking questions and observing the lifestyle. I said that from the beginning. The only reason I use Ephesians 5 is because he said that the man is to love his wife. And then I said, according to Ephesians 5, how is it that the man... It was just, I didn't mean it to say, oh, you got to know every scripture. He specifically said that is tied to Ephesians 5. So that's why I used that one. Wasn't trying to trip him up or, make it a test that, it just kind of flowed and, it just led to that.
No, I understand. And then in these platforms, I understand totally. In the platforms that we're on, it's almost a given that we're gonna be against each other because we still got that little ego rising, so we still bumping heads. We're trying to exit God out while we already talking about him, so it ain't gonna work anyway. But we back, and I want to read O'Shea's. Thank you so much for O'Shea. And how you doing tonight, sir? Thank you for your $2 super chat. Trey looked like he's smelling crap. Trey, get it together over there, brother. Thank you, O'Shea. Yeah, this has been an outstanding conversation. I don't want to stop. But what time is it? Let's look and see. But listen,
11:47, almost midnight your time.
Oh shucks, y'all don't do this to me.
Yeah,
but anyway,
I'm out. It was nice talking to y'all.
Wait a minute. I ain't letting you go, Trey, because you over here defending marriage.
Well, here's the thing. I defend things that make sense. If it makes sense to me, marriage does make sense. I've never said that it doesn't.
Oh, absolutely, you did.
I've also admitted that marriage is probably the best option for a large majority of people. That
Trey,
marriage is the best thing. But for this guy right here,
Trey, you absolutely said you don't understand why people get married. You don't see the benefits. And when you first came over here, that is what you said. You did, Trey. You said, I don't understand. Wait a minute, let me read this. Jojo, thank you so much for your $1.99 super chat. Jojo say, at this point, SB, I get why God did the flood, and He promised not to do it again.
Oh wow!
He promised, Jojo.
Wow.
Jojo, you crazy. But anyway, y'all, listen. Y'all have been outstanding tonight. I just can't even complain. Y'all know I be talking about y'all behind y'all back, don't you? I'm just kidding right now. Sherelle, what's going on? Thank you so much for that information on Auntie J. Y'all listen, I don't know if all of you all know Auntie J, but this is crazy because I ain't gonna even tell y'all.
She's so funny.
I'm not gonna even tell you, but I'm just gonna say it like this. Me and Mr. Boss was having a conversation just yesterday, or was it a couple of days before, about Auntie J. So I'm not gonna even get into it, y'all. But y'all, I am going to miss Auntie J. Even though, listen, y'all, I'm gonna remember the good times about Auntie J, because one day, y'all, Black Men Unfiltered, it's all about him. He the one. Black Men Unfiltered and Scam Likely. did a skit on Auntie J. When I tell y'all, that thing was so funny. Oh my God. Look, we got to remember the good time because Auntie J was the best. She was so funny. She would be so loud, wouldn't be listening to nobody. And the day the hair caught on fire, y'all know it was funny. I am gonna always remember the good part of Auntie J. I felt like Auntie J wasn't in her best health. I don't know anything about it. I'm so glad that Sherelle came over and shared the news with us. But y'all listen, lift her and her family up. She had at least one child, I believe. So make sure y'all and her husband. So y'all make sure y'all send some prayers out for Auntie J and her husband and daughter. Cause wow. Y'all, you know what, y'all? We started seeing each other on these panels. We don't know nothing about each other, but it's like we are part of each other's life. So y'all keep that in mind too. I know we be hard on each other sometimes, but the real is the real. You know, we still care about each other and should still, you know, want the best for each other. And I know we do, especially over here at SB Nation. We don't have so much craziness going on. But for those that do, reach out to them too and be like, wow, you know, don't ish get really real when something like this happens.
Yeah, it does.
Yes, it does.
Why do we have to have this as a reminder? Why can't it just stay real and we be honestly, you know, loving on each other and wanting to be together and understanding our roles we play along the way? Why we can't do that?
Absolutely.
Wow.
I agree. But Security Boss, I know that you're a very busy woman. I need your autograph right now before you go, you know, blow up Oprah style.
Y'all see me in lights.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Tomorrow,
I need you.
Security Boss, before we get out of here, I want to say tomorrow at 8:30 Central Standard Time on Black Men Unfiltered Network. I have a really special show tomorrow. The title of tomorrow's show is Throw That Bible Away, F Those Vows. There's a New Woman in Town.
Oh my God.
And we're gonna talk about it because I think it's gonna be a great conversation. It may not be whatever you think it's gonna be. It may or may not be that, but we're gonna have a conversation because I think in today's times we're not concentrating on the foundation of what we need to concentrate on. So we're gonna have that conversation tomorrow.
No, we gotten so far away. So listen, guys, y'all heard that. Go visit Black Men Unfiltered tomorrow over on Black Men Unfiltered Network at 8:30 Eastern time. My time, Central time, 8:30 Central time. And look, it sounds like it's gonna be a good show. We got to go in there and give our opinions, but have a good conversation. Anissa, show up. You are one of the only women that are willing.
Yes,
I know.
yes.
I know that
Showing up.
Thank you, Anissa, for showing up, baby.
She stands center. She believes what she's saying, and I agree with her.
And she's standing
Shout out to you, guys. Trey, shout out to you. You're gonna have your wife by this time next year, Trey. You're gonna be married by this time.
Oh yes.
Why would you wish that on me?
He back to normal. He back to normal.
I think that's the direction you're going in. Aren't you ready?
I got a 5-year vetting process, so she can make it through 5 years. We good.
No, all of that. You're gonna meet her and marry her in 90 days. I've already said it. 90 days. All right, guys. Lost in translation. It's been perfect having you on the panel tonight. I don't know where you be over here going crazy. I be seeing you. I be checking you. Be checking you out. So listen, guys, it has been, like I said, a wonderful show. Comment section. I think we're just a few away from 100. Y'all go make sure y'all giving us a thumbs up, hitting those likes. Y'all engage SB Nation. Share the videos. We're gonna take this dynamic duo other places, but y'all gotta be down with us. Make sure. D-Town, I don't know what happened to him, but thank you so much for being here. Listen, guys, have a good night and peace.
Why you always gotta go? Playing house, this ain't a home with your soul on the road. Say, why you always gotta go? Playing house, this ain't a home with your soul on the road.
See, I've been lost in my thoughts, and my thoughts they too scared to usher off. Sorry, Mom, I just thought you were my world. Now you're not. And I'm just sitting, smoking, sloping in a daze, cause my days ain't been the same since I drove here. I remember the way you wrote letters in blue ink. You and me was in love. Give up what your crew think. I know your moms probably think I'm a bastard. Your pops probably want to beat my death and take a in my casket. But I got sick of fighting, bickering, fussing over nothing, cussing, instead of keeping watching the death of discussions that we once had, days that we once spent in the backseat of our cars reading poets at sunset. It's funny how love can fall out the foreground, get pushed into the back of your mind. We used to twist a spliff and laugh and relax. Are you crying? And I'm trying to find the reasons, so I ask, does forever ever happen, or is it always fade to black?
I can't stay. No, I always gotta go. Playing house, this ain't a home with my soul on the road. I can't stay. No, I always gotta go. Playing house, this ain't a home with my soul on the road.